नहीं ये ऐसा वही आ रहा है नॉर्मल 1920/1080p जा रहा है।
हाँ मैं देख लेता हूँ, छोड़ दो। ऑटो होगा, कुछ होना होगा तो। फेसबुक आ रही है देख।
फेसबुक देख। फेसबुक फेसबुक जाना नहीं।
अच्छा
अभी सुन
ऑटो स्ट्रीम हो जाती है, सही है, 1440p आएगी।
आ रही फेसबुक
समझ आ गया
आ
मुझे
रही।
उसका, तो चलो सही है, बस सही है, जो चल रही है चलने को।
और ये फेसबुक भी
आ गई ना आवाज़, बस सही है। मैं कुछ और चीज़ें चाह रहा था लेकिन लगता नहीं है कि वो हो पाएंगी। यार इंडिपेंडेंस डे है यार, क्या मतलब, मजाक कर रहे हो आप यार। करना क्या था, इंस्टा पोस्ट करनी थी। थैंक यू यार मानी भाई, थैंक यू यार। कैप्स ही अच्छी है मेरे पास, और कुछ नहीं अच्छा। स्ट्रीम की क्वालिटी सही है ना बॉस, पहले जैसी ही है ना।
Thank you, special reporter Kalar is coming in with the information now. Let's talk about the club championship. AGAL got eliminated.
सही है, बेहतरीन है।
Don't forget that we still have Vitality and we still have Aurora, that if they finish in the top 8 or if they end up winning, I mean, they'll get a cool 1,000 points for that CC.
Never interrupt me again, Seven. But that's fine. Glitter, with our CC update, is going to interrupt and on standby to bring us the club championship update. As we head into finals for PUBG Mobile, and as we prepare for the penultimate championship weekend here at EWC, as is tradition, it's time for another club championship update, because this is what all of
मैं ज़रा शेयर कर दूं, फिर देखते हैं बाकी चीज़ें। सारी स्ट्रीम्स शेयर कर दूं मैं।
क्या कह रहा है?
मैं कह रहा था कि मैं एक दफ़ा स्ट्रीम्स वगैरह शेयर कर दूं, फिर सुकून से बातें करते हैं।
in our CC leaderboard. But as we take a look towards our stage at PUBG Mobile, we get Vitality yet again. They are one of our big teams expected to do well. But the real question is, will the likes of Four Thrives, Orangutan, or even Tiamba take those points away from them? Will Vitality be able to usurp?
है यार, बहुत है मेरे पास एक्चुअली, तकरीबन यांकीज़ वाली हैं, बट हैं। अच्छा जी,
Thank you to our special reporting, being able to cut class and just do that CC update. Thank you, Glitter. But we gotta talk about Sony's story of the day here, because this is the finals, and there's some teams, Lace, that have just been outperforming like crazy. Vitality being one of those.
Of course, Vitality, they were able to get the exact same score that Four Thrives did over 2 days. So if you don't understand how much of a juggernaut team this is, well, then you better wait and lock in.
Yeah, another one that we saw there as well is Godlike. I personally have Godlike finishing in the top 5. This team, for a first international event, from India. They have been performing so well. And is that Snacks Gaming that I see? By turn left. Can I say hello, By? It's good. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him later.
स्नैक्स वहां पर है
Special reporters.
वेन्यू में है
Let's see what they're up to.
तेरी आवाज कट रही है क्या
And I'm going to be joined by some co-analysts here to break down everything that might be happening this following weekend. First of all,
यार पर्सनली मैंने अब तक पाकिस्तान से एक भी कैप नहीं ली है मोस्ट ऑफ माय कैप्स आई गॉट इट फ्रॉम यूएई क्योंकि पाकिस्तान में यार बड़ा मुश्किल है मेरा सर बहुत बड़ा है उस साइज की कैप ढूंढना ना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो जाता है समटाइम्स हाँ मैं वेट कर रहा हूँ ज़रा थोड़ा ये सब शेयर कर दूँ फिर मैच के टाइम पे मैं बढ़ाता हूँ
इतना वाइड एंगल Chandan.
In a lobby like this, this is working out very well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
I feel like a lot of people, especially when it comes to Godlike, are highlighting, you know, they're looking at S-Power, they're looking at Admino. I want to say Some, in particular, has been doing absolutely fantastic for the entirety of Godlikes. You can see a little bit of a B shot there, them getting ready for this event. But you know what? Godlike is one of the many teams that are going to be here trying to compete for that trophy this weekend. But you know what? I feel like we need an extra analyst, possibly, to join the desk right here. But we have to summon him. Oh, yes. Niptro, so ready? 3, 2, 1. Vitality! Oh, no. Oh, didn't work. Okay, wait. Time 2, okay? Wait, we're going to do it one more time. Yeah. Vitality! Hey! So, Vitality, what are we thinking, Blake?
Hi there, my name is Blank, special reporter coming in for Vitality so far, doing incredibly well.
वाइटालिटी ने भी सही क्रेजी टीम उठा ली पता है और बहुत टाइम पे उठा ली
Fantastic at the moment. I think Axel's been in a huge amount of work, as has Federalis, opening up a completely new style of shotgun play, which looks completely ridiculous in game 2. But that's my special report for Vitality.
Oh, thanks for the insight. Also, Axel, by the way, the IGL between some
नहीं फ्लेक्स नहीं कर रहा बता रहा हूँ मुझे पाकिस्तान का पता ही नहीं है मतलब वेयर डू यू गेट दीज अच्छी क्वालिटी की फ्लेक्स क्यों करूँगा यार मैं सादा सा इंसान हूँ मैं
Can we see something similar going into this one, Black Mr. Vitality?
Ooh, Mr. Vitality. Yeah, I do think that Vitality is going to do very well here.
बहुत भंडे भाई आजकल बहुत भंडे
They're going to do very, very well. I think that there's not a player on that team that doesn't look incredibly good at the moment. And the funny thing for me right now, Neptura, is that Razy and Razak aren't particularly the guys that are stepping up their heat, despite so much talk about them. Axel and Federalis have come in looking very hot, and I think that's the most promising thing.
Absolutely. I think if you look at any of the stronger teams in globally, just the global circuit, you're going to see players that all have very, very aggressive gunplay skill despite their various roles, right? You don't have just one or two. It's very, very nice to see that come through for them. So, yeah, it's very, very strong looking. And also the fact that they can get so many wins, we were talking about that in the group stage, right? We get so many of those wins, it makes it interesting for that smash rule that we actually could have a lot of hope for this team to actually come through the pressure and get that win.
Yeah, it's very nice that like 4 Thrives, they can actually get wins because if they do get in contention for the smash ruling and the trophy, actually that could put them in a really good contention to be crowned your PMWC 2026 champions. Now, we already talked about one of the Indian teams. I think it's time to focus on the other Indian team, which is going to be Orangutan, Niptura. You already talked about them, so Blank, Orangutan, what are we thinking today?
You know what? I think Orangutan, for them, I think right now they're looking very, very good. I think a lot of the emphasis, though, has to be on Aru, though. I got to talk to him a fair few times this event. Lovely guy, by the way. Really, really lovely guy. Great chatter. I mean, I talk a lot. I talk a lot, you see. And I think that's sometimes a problem for other people. But for Aru, good as me, I could just sit there and listen to him all day. But he's bringing a lot of the eliminations. He's also bringing a lot of the guidance to the squad. Yes. Now, there were a couple of moments. I think we're actually seeing on screen now one of those moments, which is a little bit difficult right now for Orangutan. They moved up on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight.
ये ट्रांसलेशंस कहाँ से कर रहा है भाई
It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues.
अजियत हो गई है
I do think the rest of the team needs to develop.
Loa?
ट्रांसलेशंस ये कहाँ से कर रहा है जी? ऑटो ट्रांसलेट कर रहा है हर कमेंट में, लाइक वो करके मुझे जाना पड़ता है कि क्या चल रहा है। खैर अजीब बात है, जब आपने मुझसे एक एक्स्ट्रा स्ट्रीम करवाई है तो यूट्यूब को दिखानी भी चाहिए ना। मर्जी से बस कुछ भी हो रहा है यहाँ पे।
घबरी हो जाता है यूट्यूब।
यही हुआ है मुझे लग रहा है। मेरी जा रही है स्ट्रीम, मैं रोक नहीं रहा, चलती रहा। क्या सीन है भाई, कितनी देर है? मैं जरा एसी का रिमोट कहाँ है मेरा? 1 सेकंड।
Could be. Also, last thing, chicken.
Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the booth right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lake and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting
हाँ भाई,
to the show. 7, I do believe we are missing one caster.
We are, oh, naughty.
यार वो क्या करते थे क्रॉप करने के लिए? शिफ्ट दबाते थे, क्या करते थे? ऑल्ट दबाते थे।
अगर तू अपना रिएक्शन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है,
ओके ऑल्ट।
अगर तू अपना रिएक्शन रिकॉर्ड कर रहा है, आई एम नॉट श्योर बट यू नीड टू हैव सम सॉर्ट ऑफ परमिशन। जस्ट केयरफुल रहना, अगर कोई बाद में स्ट्राइक आया तो। अलाउड पैनल्स का ही सीन है जितना मुझे पता है।
नहीं, मैं तो वो कर रहा हूँ ना, अनलिस्टेड करके कर रहा हूँ।
अरे मतलब बाद में अपलोड करेगा ना?
तो बाद में अपलोड तो मैंने उसकी भी की थी,
टेकन की तूने वो नहीं की थी? हाँ, डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट में की थी, क्योंकि अभी तक तो कोई ऐसा मसला नहीं मैंने सुना किसी से, लेकिन यू नेवर नो।
Yep.
Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment. John Allen? It looks... I think they might actually have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like... Oh! Did you see that? Get a close-up of that. Get a close-up of that. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him, okay? This man was on a loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players, 7.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here.
चलो भाई, ओपनिंग सेरेमनी आ रही है भाई।
Opening ceremony, baby. I'm ready.
मेरे पे लाइट चली जाने
लमा
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon, and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us
सिक्की
to
भी कर रहा है
welcome
live
our finalists on
कौन?
the Media City grid,
सिक्की
starting with
Oof! Esports!
फ्यूरिया
Nongshim Red Force!
Al-Hula Club Esports.
तेरी कब जाएगी लाइट उमर?
5 बजे
S2G Esports.
Nigma Galaxy!
निगमा गैलेक्सी क्वालिफाई हो गई? मैंने पिछले हफ्ते कुछ भी नहीं देखा भाई। इंटरेस्टिंग।
इंडिया की 2 टीम है ना अब।
इंडिया की 2 है ना, गॉडलाइक और ओरंगुटान।
हाँ,
Team Flash!
Godlike Esports.
मेरे यहाँ नहीं जाती, आज बोल दिया तो अब चली जाएगी, बट उमर की तो बहुत ज्यादा जाती है।
Aurora Gaming!
चबूरा
EDA Esports.
They don't have sponsor. Interesting. ये एक के पास नहीं है शर्ट।
Orangutan!
अरे अरे
औरंगाटान मेरे पास भी अभी औरंगाटान ही आई है ना।
हाँ, तू मेरी स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहा?
नहीं, मैं अलग से देख रहा हूँ वो फीड लेने के लिए।
हाँ,
And finally, 4 Thrives Esports!
अरे 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 अरे
4 ट्राइब्स को लास्ट में लाए भाई, फुल हाइप।
पहले पे ना,
नहीं तो वो तो अपने ग्रुप में पहले पे थी ना।
We can't
जो ग्रुप में
emphasize
पहले पे
enough
सबसे
the
पहले आता है वो
importance
पहले
of the
सबसे
next
आता है।
3 days. On Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the
It is what
world.
it is.
So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it from the very first day. The PMWC Finals at EWC 2026 starts right now.
और भाई और
गौरव फार्मिंग भाई।
Players from all corners of the world laser focused on one thing, the title of
जो-
PMWC champion.
जो मजा कैटोविट्स 2018 की फ्रैग मूवी में है ना,
When the pressure is at its
वो
peak,
मजा मुझे आज तक किसी फ्रैग मूवी में नहीं
this
दिखा।
dream alive.
यार वो अलग चीज थी, वो हर दफा नहीं बन सकती, वो रेप्लिकेट भी नहीं हो सकती बार बार।
26.
अब मैं कहता हूँ कि खतरनाक
And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Meow! With the nade! Turning the tables! And he's doing this all by himself! It's the Swan Wipe 1v4 from Milu!
Let's put the 11th on the board. Look
कौन? मानी फलक?
Get to double digits on the evenings
And
and
that's it.
burn yourself.
मैंने लास्ट ईयर देखा नहीं था यार।
What a shutdown. 108 points.
वाइटैलिटी ने जो किया है ना, लेकिन
Nate misses, Dark in peaks.
वाइटैलिटी भाई बड़ा खतरनाक। ये तो फाइनल वैसे ही खतरनाक है, सभी एक से बढ़कर जो है ना वो एक हुआ है, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's Ida! S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening.
ये फेसबुक वगैरह पे जो देख रहा है, you guys can also chat just in case you don't know.
क्या अजीब बोली कर रहा है।
इतने सारे लोग लिखे हुए आ रहे थे लेकिन कोई चैट नहीं करा, तो मैंने कहा शायद हो सकते पता ना हो।
हैशटैग यूज किया आपने?
हाँ, hashtags don't work anymore by the way.
नहीं करते हैं।
नहीं करते भाई, वो सब कुछ वो अब सभी AI है भाई, वो वीडियो समझ जाता है किस बारे में। बस फिर आज भी 3 चिकन डिनर है यार मानी भाई, ऑन सीन है।
They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But Flash moves around the side. He's whipping the shots, unfortunately. But finally, they will hit the last shot. India grabs the back-to-back. From day 1 to day 2, this team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like
कोई भरोसा नहीं है यार, गॉडलैक वगैरह भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। I think they can surprise.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Black. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days, but it's going to get even more climactic here. The best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do.
It's again, it's Europe, bro. मतलब not a big esports war.
Because this is a day, right? Day 1 always gives you the most freedom, the most chance to get a big buffer online without that stress. Because we saw that competitive stage. Yeah, teams were sweating, teams were shaking in their boots.
मैंने अभी फॉर्मेट देखना है यार, मैं मुझसे मिस हो गया फॉर्मेट। आई नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड स्मैश वाला जो सीन है।
Who's going to grab that gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to E-Arena? Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even further. Hey man, there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live from the Qiddiya City grid at PMWC, at EWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
Never going to be the same here at this rate, with Yangon being Yangon. It is time to crown a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Playing path is in the air for day 1 of finals. Match 1, Rondo. Let's get it started.
पीछे वाली SMD से मैच नहीं दिखता, मैं यही उस दिन वेरीफाई करना चाह रहा था।
It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you as we get our playing path on board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
They're going to be stepping over each other, Blanks.
I mean, they will. They will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly. As soon as these players start dropping in. E-Arena here, though, and teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res beacon positions. Now, a few are...
देखना सिर्फ रोंडो में रिकॉल टावर, उस दिन तुम लोगों ने मुझे सही कंफ्यूज किया है।
just the other day, survival stage day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but E-Arena made their lives extremely difficult. But it wasn't just them. So let's see what E-Arena can get done, because a lot of teams are going to be taking those res beacons off towards the northwest side with this plane path as the fights do open up towards Yulin.
Just how hot are these drops going to be and how much aggression is going to come out.
वो फाइट ऑलरेडी वाइटैलिटी की. होली शिट. ओके, फलक भी इधर ही है. What is going on? ये पैन मार रहा है. Not good start, guys. थोड़ा सा
eliminations in 1 minute 47.
What the fuck? I think हमारी टीम गई. एक बचा है सिर्फ 40 का.
ये क्या हुआ? मैं वॉशरूम गया और ये क्या हो गया?
I think वो है ड्रॉप. नाइफ शाइफ पैन शाइन पड़ गए हम लोगों को भाई. सिर्फ हुज़ैफा बचा अपना. टीम 40 है बॉस, लेकिन टीम 40 के 3 मर गए हैं. ओके, हुज़ैफा ही मर गया. वी आर आउट आई थिंक. क्या हुआ है हमारे साथ?
अभी तक तो अपडेट नहीं हुआ है.
हो गया है. ये तो थोड़ा सा टेंशन है. कौन बचा हुआ है हमारा? क्योंकि रिकॉल्ड प्रीटी मच सबको.
आ गया.
हमारा एक पैन एक नाइफ हमारे ऊपर कुछ हुआ था क्रेजी, बट वी आर देयर. बदला लिया जाएगा. बट समझ नहीं आया क्या हुआ है. दे नीड टू डू समथिंग बेटर फॉर लाइक रिकॉल वाला सारा सिस्टम ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट, बिकॉज इट वाज वेरी कंफ्यूजिंग. मुझे लगा सब मर गए थे, हुज़ैफा बचा है. तीन टीम्स का ड्रॉप क्लैश हुआ है. यस. मे बी इट वाज इंटेंशनल. फटा डालते हैं शुरू से.
One nade, one dream.
फड्डे हो गए भाई. काफी फड्डे हो गए. फर्स्ट पर्सन भाई फुल.
इस बारी की ऑडियंस पर माइक ज्यादा करीब रख दिया क्या?
मे बी.
We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about
हूरा भाई.
सभी मार रहे हैं जो क्लैश हुए इसके बाद. आई थिंक लॉन्ग गेम अब.
This is the dream start for Tiamba.
RDR चल गया भाई.
निकल गया.
मैं RDR आ गया.
He was just popping off back in the games we'd seen previously. If he feeds
What like ने बंदा मारा भाई.
this going throughout the whole day.
इस पे तो थोड़ा वेट ही करना पड़ता है भाई. ये जो तो रिकॉल का सीन है.
But there is luck involved over on the lucky spin, which you can join in with us in game right now for the 2026 PMWC, the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you can see on screen regularly in game. Make sure to try your chances just like QCC with the S12K.
Tiamba भाई full crazy.
Unreal reactions as well.
पहले 5 मिनट 9 LMs.
Mechanically, they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. And hey man, that's the way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact if you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo, the extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground, it's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tiamba are doing just that.
Again, for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times.
Pretty much everyone is still alive, like इतनी fights के बाद भी.
I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already
It's all recall वाला scene है. अच्छा, honestly I'm glad it's just one map.
We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that yes, you can
Boys भाई अपने boys आ गए.
but it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that smash ruling. So we are looking for more similar results to 4 Thrives as well as Vitality in terms of how far they sent themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up.
ये मैप इतना ही बुरा दिखता है या ऐसा दिख रहा है आज क्वालिटी वाइज? यार क्या चल रहा है?
Will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that'll be, and really if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them. That's one for the future though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. 2 sides that you touched on there though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Thrives. They were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assume to be our best 10 teams forward there. Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong, and for them, it was more a case of switching on
Yeah, seen.
moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel.
Pakistan is brand bro. Pakistan का क्या हुआ? Pakistan, we are still in game. We are still in game. शुरू में थोड़ी सी वो हुई है kills, लेकिन recall हो गए हैं, सब जिंदा हैं, सब alive, everyone alive.
So was that 1v4 again? Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Technically,
it feels like it is, especially when you then factor in, but we had the one clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted in a winning free elix to going out as the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Just full-on butcher blade coming out from Elu, chopping everyone to bits. Crazy.
Full भाई vibe में आई हुई है crowd आज.
A bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake. Definitely possible to go for, but you get caught out on the bridges coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie, and also there will be teams playing around that spot, trying to hold teams out. Orangutan, though, nice rotate on the north side, will be able to get
सबके सब गाड़ियों में, सबके सब. और ये हुरा किधर से आ रही है? वो भी बहुत दूर से आ रहा है.
Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they realized
Insane timeline है.
likely better just try and clear their back.
वापस आ गया देख के. फंस गया ये.
Shades of stadium for E Arena, a position they'd love to play towards.
हमारी फेसबुक की चैट में किसी ने आके लिखा है अल्लाह ताला जन्नतुल फिरदौस में आला मकाम दे. ओजी पे अटैक हो गया भाई. ओजी पे हमला हो गया है.
ओए
हम लोग थर्ड पार्टी कर रहे हैं.
40 वाला. यस 40 वालों ने मारा है.
ये स्टील की है मुझे लग रहा है. तियम्बा पागल हो गई है.
On this actually, Jackie, I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake. Like we said before, you get a res off there. Teams know it's happening. They will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long road.
क्या चल रहे हैं हुरा वाले?
Orangutan, it's not terrible.
तियम्बा और हुरा ने तो शुरू में गेम कर ली है.
It's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Yeah, thankfully he's got just enough time. Pulls that further out as well. Hedges his bets. He goes up towards the top of the north side. Going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with, Razy. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report on Vitality. Razak and Razy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them bringing the double hammers as well.
हाँ, मैं वही देख रहा था. हुरा और तियम्बा like बहुत पीछे थे.
For a proper shootout. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federalis. I mean, Axel really astonished me.
But recall cards होंगे इसमें. मोहम्मद राहिल तो they might all come back. 2 तो हैं अभी. रिकॉल का क्या सीन है मानी? लाइक इज इट ऑल द टाइम या स्पेसिफिक टाइम में कर सकते हो? अभी देखो ओजी के सिर्फ 2 ही हैं.
As this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Take a look at Godlike though. They're over towards that center side. I think Godlike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they've been making little adaptations here and there, figuring things out they go along. But genuinely overall we're impressive. They were second best inside of their
आ गई टीम अंदर आ गई है.
beat out by Vitality.
लकी भी हो गया कि सर्कल नीचे शिफ्ट हो गया. लिटरली सर्कल नीचे शिफ्ट हो गया आउट ऑफ नोवेयर. नाइस.
Pulling further down. Couple big names amongst the dead center of it all. Godlike, as you touched on, 4 Fribes, Vitality, Enigma Galaxy as well. The representation from Aurora, another side that could have some surprises.
मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ यासीन, 1 मिनट दे मुझे.
Aurora, they just seem to have this capability to choke in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of them. It just seems to dwindle a little bit once we get to a finals. And we've been asking that not to be the case for the longest time. And get to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really.
नहीं ये फाइनल नहीं है सलमान, मतलब फाइनल है बट इट्स स्टिल 3 days. आज कल और परसों 3 दिन होंगे.
Reefers though opening up over towards Yasser from Alula. Chambers cut out on that eastern edge. Now there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is a bit open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it, so if you are here really kind of swing past here. They also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but 4 Thrives have beaten them to the punch here down towards their southwest from stadium.
मुझे कि सिर्फ 2 बचे हुए हैं.
हाँ. अच्छा 1 चांस ईच प्लेयर है. आई थिंक फिर ओजी का सीन
ईच टीम होता है.
1 चांस ईच प्लेयर होता है.
ये बात हो गई ना, 4 प्लेयरों को मिल जाएगा एक टीम.
यार जीतने वाले को मेरे ख्याल में $1 million है. समथिंग सम $500,000 आई थिंक फर्स्ट आने वाले को.
Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's Ulf that aren't too far away.
Eagle and Aching desperate to get some elims on board. I mean, man, every single one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. Aching a lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle very good style. Generally is the last player to go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well. Yeah, you're right, Furia looking good. Igor's, I think, was a big surprise. Yeah. They've got big names on that team like Chief, Ayala, Silence also.
पड्डा हो गया भाई. ये अरेना का पड्डा हो गया.
Really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting in towards our later circles with quite a lot of down teams still involved. We talked about Jaltin earlier on. It can.
पीछे से ये वाले आ रहे हैं ना, 40 वाले दब जाएंगे इस तरह.
It is uncomfortable to play.
जोसेफा भी बहुत आगे है.
From apartment to apartment is not always easy, and there's a lot of difficult windows and little places to pitch.
9 बजे तक आखिरी मैच खत्म होगा फरहान, और तकरीबन रोज 6 मैचेस हैं.
A little bit of a passive game going towards the end, but you do have to get in towards Jaltin.
See over on the side of the stage, the Enigma Galaxy fans getting quite excited. But meanwhile, amongst
nice.
the battleground, it's S2G that feel the hammer crash down on top of them from Nonshin Red Force. The hero of Hyunbin starting it out well. And only one man in last, forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive.
अरे भाई Vitality.
3-way फाइट हो गई है यहाँ पे भी.
There's Aurora as well, clashing against Eda Blank.
I mean, Eda tried to get in on the north.
I think we.
अरे गलत
upgrade.
मार ले गया ये.
They got crunched in by Vitality as well.
Chill. Tension नहीं.
You somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Jaltin's still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of land mass with a lot of places to play, You do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora
पड्डा हो गया भाई, पड्डा हो गया।
is those clear exit points across the road.
चेस कर रहा है ये।
Other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate.
अरे भाई
Fourth rise though, Joker stepping up to the plate.
थोड़ा सा टेंशन है गाइस,
He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
डर का माहौल है।
IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them, dancing around on
क्या कर रहा है जोकर भाई? गए हम गए हम गए।
This would be a hellish way to
अरे
go
यार
down. And that's how they fall in our opening game. The arena.
हाँ
पहली टीम टू गेट एलिमिनेटेड भाई साहब।
As per usual, Scarface desperate against it.
नॉट गुड मैन, नॉट गुड।
Aching will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad for Ulf. And Tiamba puts up more points. Milu on a fat 7 so far.
सैड बात हो गई थोड़ी सी, कोई बात नहीं, पहला मैच है।
Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one.
सैंडविच हो गए थे, हाइट भी थी उनके पास।
Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down.
यासीन बोल कुछ।
Back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him, Black.
तेरी आवाज बहुत पीछे से आ रही है, क्या सीन है?
Out of control this game. You're right.
तेरा माइक है तो सही कनेक्टेड नहीं है।
He's still taking some damage here. I'm kind of curious from where. It's Fury actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them. Eren not letting up. Just about press over the top of that ridge side. They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines. They make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play. Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been tossing a couple of curveballs at one another. But Eren does find Eagle. Goodness me, still being a nuisance on that east side.
Fair play, man. He's thinking you want to try and ruin this for us on game one? We'll at least make it uncomfortable. Force out the utility, see what he can scrap through onto them. Can't really make a move towards that recall, the zone coming in, and that's going to really crunch up away from all of them. Still dead center for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here.
इस वाले में हो गया, खैर है, पहला मैच है।
Move out over towards that northeast side if needs be, but they also can crunch every single team on that western side. There was one player left remaining from Ida. It is Darkin. He is over on the eastern side of Joutin, just hanging out for the time being, but that does kind of save grace for Vitality.
टियाम्बा पागल हुआ है भाई, फुल टीम पागल हुई भी है, 12 एलिम्स ऑलरेडी।
Over towards Darkin, was given a brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Quick replay here from Federales, just
इसको देखो यार, इसको देखो भाई।
factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well.
सैंडविच हो गए थे।
He is quick with it.
It was quick and on a disgusting
तो चुतिया पे का एंगल लेके इसने मारा है बंदे को।
No one clears it.
Hello,
He doesn't get the playoff.
Tiamba.
They turn around back onto it and Federales falls. What's gone on there?
This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have practically mostly lived it.
टियाम्बा पगला गई है पूरी तरीके से।
Immediately scarpered from that south side, and they took the most bold push. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from Ulf goes down. They fall
Oh, खतरनाक।
to our first game. Milu prime in the nades. Oh,
अबे अंदर से बड़ा तेज नेड आ गया भाई।
Axel and Razak still up and kicking. That nade looked dangerous. Milu's down, tries to crawl his way back in towards the smoke to mask his presence here. QZZ still alive.
गॉड लाइक और ये ओजी वाले कहाँ छुपे हुए हैं?
Player up, probably the one you want to see as
ओजी तो खैर दो बंदे हैं, they'll try to maximize it honestly. बट ये टियाम्बा वाइटैलिटी की बड़ी क्रेजी फाइट चल रही है इस वक्त।
Vitality's gonna let it happen.
oh, mate. He's going to get it in. The res is going to get him back up. The insane bit was as well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the back line that got that.
ओ भाई साहब बहुत क्लोज हैं ये लोग।
Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ.
अरे भाई इतनी सी जगह पे क्या नेड मार रहे हैं?
ओ भाई
Good night. The shotgun knocks them both out.
ओ भाई ब्रो ये टीम बहुत खतरनाक लग रही है। 16 एलिमिनेशन है।
ऐसी फ्लिक के मार रहा है ये भाई फुल।
I'm fully facing. Now Aurora.
हम CS में नहीं मार सकते ऐसी माउस से.
2 versus 4 here. It's a tough one. The opening grenade is not.
अरोरा भी गई. नहीं. थियम्बा का एक बंद. अरोरा ने वाइप किया इनको. Insane. Okay.
And I'm sure you can hear that.
Insane.
Of the arena here in Paris lighting up. A spectacle to start here on game 1 of Rondo, and it's Tiamba that lead the charge.
ऊंची वाले देख यार कैसे छुप के खेल रहे हैं यार. खुशी से.
पे भाई 2 बच्चे हैं उनके उम्र.
Flash moving over towards Aura. He's on the south side. They're kind of.
क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है तू?
Because they need to leave at some point.
भाई घुस के फाइट ले भाई.
क्यों ले फाइट? पागल है वो. 2 बच्चे हैं. They'll maximize their points. अजीब.
The back line here lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though because of all the concrete inside. Godlike though dealing.
Godlike भाई अटैक हो गया. और रोरा से फाइट हो गई है भाई. 3 वे हो गई है. 3 वे हो गई है. Godlike गई. लगता है Godlike गई.
उल्टा पुल्टा कर दिया वो.
3 हो गई. 3 टीम्स हो गई वहाँ पे. मिक्स मिठाई हो गई थोड़ी सी.
Oh, बेचारा मर जाएगा. XZY मर जाएगा.
Why not? Honestly, grab them where you can. Alula sends up Yasser. Nongshin Red Force has not got the reset online at all. Still priming nades up.
Khura bhi gayi.
There's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down. What are we doing?
Mate, this is nutty out there. Tried to drop off the top of the rafters, spamming the shots. It's all gone.
I feel like Tizzy just panicked.
I think so.
Just get the res in, bro. Drop the smokes, get the reses. They missed the first molly.
हाँ Rondo है bro ये.
Goodness me, man, you're going to go down to a perfectly placed Molotov here from Alula. I mean,
Godlike भी गई. Godlike कितने points मार के गई? 4 LM, 3 LMs, 4 points total.
with our hearts right now, opening up with maybe a gargantuan
40 के 2 थे ना. हाँ 2.
leading them to believe it is possible once again for Aurora.
Enigma Galaxy coming out swinging as well.
OG पे हमला हुआ
Been a
है.
bit quiet in terms of the overall aggregate elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team that can deliver with some consistency late game. They've got nades as well. Oh, the red zone forming on top of the arena. Thankfully for them, a little bit of deployable cover will make all the difference. Turney K in the back trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the elim feed, you can see Doc's doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. And blank, it was 16 for Tiamba, but Aurora now on 14 elims. They might be able to lap them.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Reefus again does find Aru, leaving AKOP inside.
OG भी गई almost I think.
Actually didn't even grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside, has to move soon, might just end up denying the point here. Reefus spraying in, has 217 bullets as well, so they have had a lot of loot crates to pursue and peruse.
OG पे
Akop just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially, because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
He's trying to get an extra placing.
नहीं निकलेगा.
I don't think anyone else is going down anytime soon. Still more.
मैच चालू हो गए.
पकड़ा हुआ है इसको भाई गया.
गया.
भाई तेरा माइक गया वहाँ पे.
मेरा माइक गया हुआ है. कहाँ गया हुआ है?
फट रहा है.
First aid kit there, sadly not able to rank up once again. If he'd waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here, who was
हाँ हो जाएगा, comeback हो जाएगा.
not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive this tournament.
एक ही बचा था, क्या ही expect कर रहे हैं?
Kind of down their look last year. I don't think a lot of people had high hopes for this squad. They have come into EWC looking fairly decent. Like a lot of work's been going on for this squad. A lot of practice in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy up in top 3. A rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points. And I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
He's been a big King Cooper for this team, bro. wearing that crown with some of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down on the off-angle peak behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering. One by one, they eat the bullets and they fall.
तो ये क्या aim है ये?
Enigma Galaxy. And enough time to fix their HP as well before any other fight.
हाँ एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं
हम सबसे पहले हुए
हाँ पहले
क्या यार हम देखने बैठे थे एलिमिनेट हो रहे हैं
सैंडविच हो गए थे
लास्ट वीक भी देख
अब
रहे
अगले
थे
मैच तक रीटेक लगा लेते हैं
Reaper swings very wide here over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that could make them very worried. Has a little bit of hard cover here, but it is outside the zone. Going to wrap back, but at least got the info on side. Coops tries to hit the shots, has to go for the reload here. Going to go for another as he passes on by. Again, I do think for Enigma Galaxy, Coops is a really big deal. Not just on his own though. It's the fact that Lord has someone to play off.
Aurora भाई
is also a very aggressive player, but Ralph is
crazy कर रही है कुछ
to take it slow, and that's great. And it works out, but you do need
यार मैं कराची से हूँ यार आप कहाँ से हो उमर भाई भी कराची से हसीब आप कहाँ से हो हसीब भाई भी कराची से
यासीन भाई नॉट टाउन
यासीन भाई नॉट टाउन से
A teaser potentially from Aurora. And we'll hold our breath for it.
गाइस मेरी आवाज आ रही है
लेकिन बहुत गंदी
से आ रही है
Just unreal.
It's greatly timed.
अरे क्रेजी
The shrapnel hitting
Hello, guys.
hard
He
onto
knows.
Enigma.
He knows, Jackie.
Look at the lineup. Wants to get it behind the cover flare. Barely, but they bait him out enough. That's more chip damage. Coops on
नहीं मैंने आपका मैसेज
Could be good.
किया लेकिन मैं वो चाह नहीं रहा करना
तो खुद कर सकता है कुछ
Time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted, discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle.
हाँ यासीन कुछ कर सकता है नहीं
Free after that original rotate from Reefers. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going
भाई
forward
अब आ
here.
रही
They've
है
opened up the full library on this game.
ब्रो ये क्या स्मोक है ये क्या बैटल है ये
being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the back.
सैंडविच हो गई थी यार अहमद बिलाल
The vehicle detonates in front of him.
खैर हो गई
One
होता है
Blessing's got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
यासीन सिर्फ बताने आता है कि मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है एंड देन जो मैंने से सवाल किया होता है उसका जवाब नहीं मिलता मुझे
Down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that. Coops and Lord though, deadly duo. Prime at the 2 nades. Doc is up front. Is this the dockening once again?
Yeah.
Takes 2 nades. Just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming, and I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward into the smoke. We'll have to swing back, but one player goes down the back line. It is
अरे भाई साहब निगमा
मुझे लगता है निगमा मार लेगी निगमा की अनलेस बहुत बड़ा कोई
wait
नुकसान हो जाए
Ruthless falls. It's all down to the last man in job.
They need to clean up. GG's.
Cut short. The Aurora
Cinema.
is gone.
That is insane. That is insane.
उस्मान भाई अभी एक मैच खत्म हुआ अभी 5 बाकी हैं देन 2 और दिन हैं आज पहला मैच था अभी पहला मैच चल रहा है बहुत चांसेस हैं अभी
The crazy thing is, it was probably the most fitting head-to-head of 2 teams we could have.
Yeah.
Similar contrasted play styles, the way they split off, confident in their 2v2s, the off-angle aggression. But I started to get worried, man. Pointing to the map feed, seeing Dog charging in. Slight timing on the nades.
SMD का क्या सीन है लेकिन के विजिबल
वो नहीं होता ऑडियंस की SMD अलग है आज ही नोटिस की मैंने मैं मैप स्टार्ट होता है ना तो दिखाते हैं वो वाली SMD
फर्स्ट पर्सन करके खेलते हैं क्या लोग
स्पेसिफिक गन्स आई थिंक
great duo. We're seeing a lot of fantastic duos be born here over at EWC and really spread their wings into these matches.
You can see him enjoying it as well. Ralph enjoying the celebration from the fans behind them there. Everyone in the arena popping off with Enigma Galaxy taking game 1. Stay tuned for even more.
Sparter, full Sparter.
आज 5 और बाकी हैं उस्मान, और फिर कल 6 और फिर परसों 6, टोटल 18 मैचेस।
हाइब्रिड चेयर नाइस।
घर जाएगा खरीदने में, घर जाएगा।
क्या एवरेज देती है आपकी हाइब्रिड चेयर?
17 घंटे पर डे ना बैठ सकते हो
ठीक है।
बगैर कमर दर्द हुए। अब 10 मिनट बाद दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट होगा तकरीबन।
Welcome to the front of stage. My name's Barney Banks and I'm joined by S2G's very own Badish. Badish, how's it going, man?
Fine, bro. You?
I'm very well, thanks. I mean, let's talk a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty of the teams
Hello.
and how things are going for you guys.
कौन
Let's
आया?
talk a bit about
Hello.
Paris. How's the Esports World Cup been for you so far?
I'm
Paris
back.
is amazing, bro.
मैसेज देख ले भाई। वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
The castles are Notre Dame, the Pantheon, everything is good at the
Yeah.
Paris. But
ये बोल रहा है?
is more than good. There is, I don't know. It's my first time at the World Cup and it feels so good.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparations coming to EWC. Were you guys, you know, preparing here on site, or did you boot camp in Turkey? What was the plan?
Just we did boot camp at the Istanbul. You know, we have gaming house at the Istanbul. And before tournament, we go to China, the PMI,
Wow.
Macau invitation tournament. And I don't know, I feel we're gonna take this.
You feel like we're gonna get this?
वो सारे मैचेस खेलेंगे अहमद, लाइक इसमें कोई क्वालिफिकेशन वाला कोई ऐसा नहीं है। दे कैन प्ले ऑल डे, आखिरी दिन तक खेलेंगे। एंड लास्ट डे स्मैश रूल भी है, तो आई डोंट नो एग्जैक्ट स्पेसिफिकेशंस ऑफ इट, लेकिन सारे मैचेस खेलेंगे। अभी 10 मिनट बाद है मैच।
I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll, like momentum is a big thing in this game. If you start playing well, you could take it all. But do you have faith in them? Do you think they can do this?
Yeah, I believe them.
I believe too. Badish, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the event, and we'll see you later.
See you.
Back to you guys.
Day number one in serious business here now for PMWC at EWC 26. And what better way to start it off than I have two legends here from India to talk about what's happened so far as well as what may be to come. So of course I have Admino and I have Aru here, as we have Godlike and of course Orangutan going to be representing from India. So I guess I'll ask you, Admino, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tianba got the moment.
तो मैंने भेजी हैं डिटेल्स यासीन।
हाँ मैंने देखी है।
अब इसके अराउंड कुछ बना ले। अगर तेरे पास फुल एक्सेस होता तो मैं तुझे ये कहता कि स्पेसिफिक प्लेयर्स का करोसल बना ले, लेकिन एक ही बना ले अगर तुझे बनाना है, तो मसला नहीं है।
We tried to
मैं
grab
देखता
as
हूँ।
many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like.
हाँ हाँ, अभी पहला मैच हुआ है अहमद, we will have better results इंशाल्लाह। इंशाल्लाह।
As much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more with pressure and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question since we've got two fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
ये होस्ट मुझे उसके जैसा लगता है।
Yes, Power, because he's really consistent.
काउंटर स्ट्राइक की एनए की एक टीम का कोच था, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा उसका नाम।
Aru's team and why?
Aru himself, because he's a good idea.
What do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's fair?
I don't know, I just work.
All right, so kind of final thoughts, final kind of look at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Enigma Galaxy won, congratulations, Enigma Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Enigma Galaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
Oh bhai.
Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm. Yeah. See that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea.
चाचा की मस्ती नहीं रुक रही पीछे.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
चाचा के जो टोपे है ना पहना हुआ उन्होंने.
इस गेम में तो ओजी के 2 प्लेयर्स मर गए थे वैसे ही, तो couldn't do anything.
And we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby. As 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I did not we came out of that survival. It's just I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them.
आपस की बातें हमारी हसीब है इधर नहीं है. हमारी फेसबुक पे लाइव स्ट्रीम अब हम वो कर सकते हैं, बूस्ट कर सकते हैं.
I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Tinglong Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tinglong Garden. And Eagle instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Enigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba.
Oh, इसने फिटबिट पहनी हुई है.
Once again, 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is. You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So
you know how you just had some notes and it was just Coops, just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ, though, shout out to QZZ. That 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah,
some really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Mila that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage Chamber? Are we going to get survival stage Chamber? Clearly, with its opening performance, 7, it is survival stage Chamber in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise is looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to happen here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 Finals.
Thank you, 7. Great breakdown there, recap of what we saw on our screens live in Game 1 of Rondo. Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know, how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going! It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd.
आ गए आवाम आ गई भाई.
Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guy's dodged so many events at this point. Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bad. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Igor once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they've still squeezed some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like we touched on,
चलो भाई.
and now we get something a little bit more normal.
चिकन डिनर लेते हैं, चलो.
रात को लगाएं गेम एमुलेटर पे.
लगा लेते हैं.
फोन पे तो नहीं खेली
इसे
जाएगी.
डाउन. फोन वाले नहीं है भाई हम.
बहुत मेहनत लगेगी और इस उम्र में तो नहीं कर सकते अब. चलो भाई, चलो.
करता हूँ मैं डाउनलोड. जब 5-6:30 बजे वाली लाइट आएगी ना तब करूँ.
तेरी चली गई लाइट?
जाने वाली है. 5 बजे जाएगी.
या लैपटॉप से आ जाना. चलो भाई, शुरू करो भाई, शुरू करो. कर दो शुरू.
So good. So many elims already, and they just go, I like the look of that position. Let's take it off. I'll be having that. Fairly watery circle, mate. Starting off one of these. This has been a consistent trend, at least around survival. We had quite a few very similar to this on our start. Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stalber with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more...
Mania.
A lot of the rotation tools will probably be removed as well. So it is going to be a long rotate for Vitality, you are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive...
आते फाइट होने लगी क्या?
Fourth Thrives though, loving life. You know, they get down towards Ferry Pier, the yellow's on the eastern side, there's no one around here, it's chilled out, it's peaceful. You can get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into Zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can, could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens.
बैठे छेड़ दिया उसको.
एक नेट मिला, उड़ा के फेंक दी.
ओह नाइस नेट.
नहीं, ओ भाई.
एक और
स्टार्टिंग में निकालने वाले.
एक और. अरे थोड़ा पीछे.
शार्ट हो रहा है. शार्ट हो जाओ यहाँ से.
बिला वजह एक नेट से छेड़ कर आ गया उसको, उसके पास 2 थे.
it going though. You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That'll be a nice, I suppose, a litmus test of what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida. These guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time most teams would understand.
ये इतना disappointed क्यों है कोच इनका? What the fuck? इतना depressed क्यों है?
तो तेरे
लातों से मारा, घूसों से मारा, जूतों से मारा. The last है इसलिए maybe.
Some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the games. Like they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
सोनी नहीं लगाई मैंने यार.
And obviously we touched on Vitality going down kind of early into that one. Two other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now would be both Four Thrives and Godlike. Two teams that have got so much firepower, even just individuals as well. Yeah. Falak gets some of that old four back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning. They're ready to go. He's got a little bit of shy smile on him as well.
Yeah, it's cheeky.
He is cheeky. It is cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial
Depressed है भाई, depressed है. कोई बात नहीं.
where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You need all of your team to be happy. Though I am kind of worried about Godlike and Orangutan.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with that there is a tremendous amount
OG और Godlike को भी तोड़ दिया इसने.
तोड़ नहीं रहा, वो कह रहे they'll be under pressure. मतलब आज हो सकते हैं, कल और परसों ठीक हो जाएं शायद. वो कह रहा था ऐसा कुछ. तू क्यों पीछे पड़ा हुआ है उनके?
ऐसा तो कहाँ पीछे पड़ा हुआ?
तू पीछे पड़ा हुआ है उनके?
मैं कहाँ पीछे पड़ूंगा भाई?
छोड़ दे भाई. करने तो जो कर रहा है.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that form on the go.
Yeah, exactly.
You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy.
अबे कौन मर गया? बिला वजह. ओ भाई मरा भाई. मरा भाई. पहली किल आ गई भाई. पहली किल आ गई. मेरे ख्याल में लेट आया है ये ब्रिज से, इसीलिए अकेला मरा ही है. अरोरा का बिग किल एज वेल बाय द वे. अरोरा का एक बंदा डाउन हो गया भाई. डाउन कर दिया है.
नॉकआउट किया था. कंप्लीट किल नहीं
कंप्लीट किल है.
Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and be like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting. Try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone, slingshot them across, and it's like, well, we know there's someone across there though, but you also just lost a player. Like, it's so early into the game, could have even just waited for zone 2. I'm curious to hear what the analyst desk has to say about that, because for me that's just not EWC, PMWC potential. Like, that's not what that is.
Yeah, the trade of it.
Hey guys.
One player's life, one of your
हाँ भाई.
माइक टेस्ट करने आया.
एक कुकिंग पे रख के आया हूँ. कुक हो जाएगा तो फिर दिखाऊंगा.
Okay.
क्या कुक कर रहे क्या है? AI?
This is prime time to go for bridge camp.
हाँ AQ ने एक एलिमिनेट किया अरोरा का, सो बिग किल। ये वाली आवाज किसकी आ रही है?
यासीन की है शायद।
Flash also having one player knocked here. Zone crunching in. Bridge still in play. There you go, buddy.
Thought that this might be the case. On a circle like that, it's very, very awkward on these types of circles, and it can send
सर्कल तो अपना है भाई, for now.
both sides, which is super unfun to play. Because now this really could go back over towards Sosnovka way. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest, but for Aurora, they're stuck now. As are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge. It cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Solva quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest of the pack, everyone else attempting to forge a path into the zone, knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water and that bridge dividing either team from each other. Only two squads on the island right now are Alula and Aurora. We've got E-Arena on screen now. This is the POV of Joker. Tiamba though, taking the scrap towards OG.
पकड़ लिया, ऑलमोस्ट पकड़ लिया, नस गया,
Luckily still alive.
Yeah, great zigzag.
Almost.
Able to stay out of dodge there for a second. He was very close to going down. AKOP actually challenging this.
Oops, टियम्बा तो नहीं छोड़ती।
Has been making a name for the DBS, right? You know, there's a lot of nerfs that came through. S12K became the more popularized weapon. Despite that, though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades with it.
He's bringing it back in fashion. Seems like the horror fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying. Haru.
ओ भाई ओजी अटैक करना है ये भाई, एक के मरने के बाद इंसेन। I don't think they'll survive this fight. Wrong call. Insanely wrong call, bhai. The guy was knocked. Like, LM'd. क्यों? 2 मिनट बाद उसके मरने की you came back to attack? और वो भी गाड़ियां लेके like not a good call, I think.
Wizgod was not expecting him to be so up close and personal. Aura play back here. They're over towards the pier itself. Four Thrives mirroring them over towards
वो इस दफा अटैक किया ना इन्होंने, थोड़ा मसला हो गया है। You have to make, मैं तो नहीं हूँ expert इन चीजों का, but that looked very stupid. We are still in circle. Good circle still for us. Please give water finish now. पूरा आ रही है हमारे ऊपर।
Trying to confirm over towards that compound that sits towards the field. I don't think that's a bad idea here. Gives you a lot of control of the longwoods that sits around this area. Not sure what S2G is doing. I think they've got boats. Okay, that's fine.
ये निगमा का कूप्स कहाँ से आ रहा है? सो गए थे क्या ये? What the fuck?
बेटा ये करने गए थे फुल।
अबे नहीं, बहुत पीछे हैं, बहुत पीछे हैं। Not, they are in blue zone. Three-way fight हो गई भाई। Diamba, Vitality, Godlike। नहीं, Vitality थोड़ा दूर है।
ओ निकल गया, ये फंस गया बेचारा, स्पॉनर फंस गया। ये तो उस पे जो नेटो का हमला होगा।
हाँ, OG is gone. Godlike बाकी है, Godlike की फाइट चल रही है अभी।
अब ये लोग फिर ये भी पुश कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, इनके ऊपर तो अटैक हुआ है, ये बीच में है अभी। But I don't think अरोरा भाई। Yep, OG तो बाहर हो गई है इस वाले मैप से।
trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up.
Aurora is not looking good in this one. Which is good for us.
This was the other team that was on the island. There's now a third.
Aurora के 3 मर गए हैं. One stays. अब ये तो कैंप करेगा. इधर जाके बैठ गया. ओ दिख गया. There's no way. I think they will kill him. Like they will rush him. क्या प्लान है? चुतिया बना रहा है.
स्टार्ट होने का प्लान है.
चुतिया बना दिया भाई.
ये कौन है? ये इतने बॉल्स के साथ घूम रहा है इधर.
फंस गया है ना, अंदर तो जाना है. अरोरा तो गई, which is good for us. अरोरा भी बाहर हो गई है 0 LMs के साथ.
Great start on Rondo, but a bitter taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
These guys have been playing the same game. I think it's the first time they've been inside the circle since the beginning. How does their entry work actually?
Circle still with us, bhai.
Yeah, this is kind of unreal. At some point, I thought we'd move.
Yeah, we're still here. I mean, Sosnovka's still in as well. I cannot believe this.
Very soon we'll have a fight Hura के साथ अगर वो इसी तरीके से आ रहे हैं.
वो
इधर से मार रहा है.
ओ भाई
टेंशन हो गई है.
ड्राइवर है भाई, ड्राइवर है. नहीं बहुत गलत जगह.
नहीं
कुछ
सिर्फ इन्फो के लिए था. एक अकेला इधर है, इसकी टीम इधर ही है. चुतिया बना
गाड़ी में बैठ के क्या लिया?
चुतिया बनाया इसने. वहीं रुक गया. टियाम्बा तो ढूंढ के जाती है लोगों से फाइट लेने के लिए. ये देख इनको, अभी ए अरेना के पास आ गए. अबे भाई
ब्रो क्या
फलक ने क्या मारा है? फलक ने थर्ड पार्टी किया है उसको, टियाम्बा को. डिड वी को हां हमने मार दिया उसका बंदा एक.
ओ भाई ये गॉड लाइक वाला भी आ गया. एक घर में कितने लोग हैं?
गुड थर्ड पार्टी एक्चुअली. दे कैन गेट अ लॉट ऑफ किल्स हियर. गॉड लाइक अगर सही खेल जाए. बिकॉज़ टियाम्बा का एक मार दिया हमने. टियाम्बा का एक बचा है. ये अरीना के दो. गॉड लाइक कैन क्लीन अप यहाँ पे. गॉड लाइक कैन क्लीन अप यहाँ पे.
बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन है इनकी.
There are 4 of them. एक ये उसमें, उधर बाकी 2 और एक है. Oh never mind.
ये कहाँ से नेड मारा है इसने?
No idea. Okay, good net.
वो ब्रो ओ भाई साहब.
Almost भाई.
ओए क्या फाइट.
गॉड लाइक का काम खराब कर गया पूरा वो. और बातों में हमारी एक और किल थी. नॉक था एक और. रीस्ट्रीम.
हाँ वो उसने मारा. T24 ने मारा था.
टॉप की टीम्स बाहर हो गई हैं. निग्मा गैलेक्सी बची. If we score good points, we can be top of the table. एक ही इधर सब एक और टीम आ गई. वाइटैलिटी आ गई भाई.
वाइटैलिटी भी आ गई. ओए यार गॉड लाइक
अकेला बच्चा है. 100 में तो नहीं बचता. 100 में तो नहीं बचता.
बैड फील हो रहा है इसके लिए.
हाँ अब नहीं बचता.
ओ भाई
आज नहीं बचता. इन्हें पता नहीं कितने लोग हैं. बेचारा अकेला इधर तो लगा हुआ है, बाटली चढ़ा रहा है. गेम का नाम बता दे बॉस. पबजी मोबाइल है.
पूरा भी आ गई पीछे से. पूरा देख रही है.
ये बचा हुआ है. 100 में अभी भी बचा हुआ है.
4v1
हम सिर्फ दूर दूर से देख रहे हैं फाइट, एक आधी एलिम करते हैं। चलो भाई, गॉड लाइक गई।
Really, really good job from Razak. I think you have to make that play in that moment as well. You hear the pinball coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for the revive, get some respite in that location.
फड्डा हो गया, हमारा फड्डा हो गया भाई।
So Razak goes for the risky play to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players.
मैप पे तो हमारा फड्डा दिख रहा था।
The next couple of compounds, they got Aura in front of them and 4 thrives after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally.
ए यार फड्डा देख के लाइट जाए यार प्लीज यार।
ये तो नहीं हो सकता।
Ida as well as Ulf now going at it.
लैपटॉप से आ जा। पहले से ही लैपटॉप खोल ले।
This is very easy to
आज शायद ना जाए 14 अगस्त से उमर।
नहीं जाएगी, सुबह गई थी क्योंकि ये क्या दरवाजे के बाहर खड़ा हुआ है, सवाल
को मारा और नस गई।
सवाल का वेट कर रहा है।
वो कहीं और से पड़ गई।
Nongshim could push this pretty quickly. Ulf is not looking too good right now. Naibra's vitality.
वाइटैलिटी पे हमला हो गया, जिप्सी लेके भाग गए, हमला हो गया। सब नंगे क्यों घूम रहे हैं रोड पे? पीछे से हुआ है।
Try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally. That was a speedy road. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura.
वो ब्रो क्या नेट था।
नाइस नेट।
ओ नाइस, पलक की। ये कहाँ हो रहा है? हमें क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे?
मुझे बड़ा गुस्सा आ रहा है। That is another LM। मैं मजाक नहीं कर रहा, एक भी LM नहीं देखा हम लोगों ने। हमेशा ही होता है।
3 किल्स हुई हैं, तीनों किल्स नहीं दिखाई।
खैर मुझे लग रहा है दूर से ही मारा है इसलिए नहीं दिखाई। हमारे ऊपर फाइट नहीं है अभी, देखना पीछे कंपाउंड खाली है। पूरा बाहर है हमारे, पूरा हमारे बाहर है घर के। बिल्कुल मैं बोल रहा था ना इनकी हमारी फाइट होनी है।
मोशन व्हाट्सएप चेक कर।
1 सेकंड है यार।
हाँ
Getting a little bit more here. You get yourself the Naruto skin in game as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here.
ये बड़ी फाइट है पता है। वाइटैलिटी ऑल फॉर ये बैठ के कैंप कर रहे हैं।
अरे 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 अरे
हाँ देखा, ये थर्ड पार्टी का वेट कर रहे थे। उल्फ बिचा बिला वजह नस वो हो गई है, थर्ड पार्टी हो गई है।
यार एनएस वाली टीम का पूरा नाम क्या था?
नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स, नीचे लिखा हुआ तो आ रहा है।
हाँ इधर आ रहा है।
ये बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन में थे, दोनों टीम्स को देखा होता है इन्होंने।
ये लूजर ब्रैकेट से आई है ना ये वाली टीम?
उधर से आई है, मतलब हाँ सर्वाइवल से आई है। नॉट श्योर, याद नहीं है मुझे भाई, गलत इन्फो नहीं देना चाह रहा मैं आपको।
ओए
अच्छी फाइट हो रही है यहाँ पे इनकी।
एक के बाद एक दूसरे के मर रहा। तीन तो है क्या? शट है। क्या मारना चाह रहा है? ओरे भाई
गया ये तो।
ये क्या नेड है?
बच गया।
ओ भाई गाड़ी बचा रही है इसको। ओ ये वो भाई जबरदस्त नेट
पड़ा है।
जबरदस्त नेट, गाड़ी की वजह से बच रहा था। जबरदस्त नेट।
वाइटैलिटी क्लीन अप कर रही है भाई।
ये रेक्स को देख।
ये कौन सा नया मेटा आया है? सभी ऐसे ही चला रहे हैं शॉटगन।
अबे तो क्लोज रेंज में तो है ही ना।
अबे ऐसे तो इतनी ज्यादा मतलब फायर रेट कहां से हो गया शॉटगन का?
ये दूर से चला रहा था, चूतिया जो मारा है अभी।
हां ये है।
प्रो प्लेयर को चूतिया बोल दिया।
प्रो प्लेयर को चूतिया बोल दिया। अभी रात को गेम लूप पे एमुलेटर पे गेम खेलेंगे।
मैं वही सोच रहा था पहले का भी, प्रो प्लेयर को चूतिया बोल दिया, रात को एमुलेटर पे गेम। अरे भाई
यहाँ पे सब टैंकर लेकर आए हैं।
फोर्थ राइव
लोडिंग हो रही है भाई।
ओ भाई फड्डा
दिखा दो भाई हमारा कुछ फड्डा दिखा दो।
अब फड्डा प्लीज फड्डा। हमसे फड्डा ले नहीं रहे ना सही से।
600 का डैमेज मार चुका है, मजाल है कुछ दिखाया उन्होंने।
एक डैमेज नहीं दिखाया, 600 मार चुका है।
एक डैमेज नहीं दिखाया,
600 का 6 भी नहीं दिखाया,
ये भी नहीं दिखाया, एक भी नहीं दिखाया।
If you say like this, man, if you can get him into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Lula have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade.
मसला ये है कि
Soften him up.
पूरा सर्कल हमारी फेवर का था, वी मस्ट विन दिस, बट मुझे बहुत फीलिंग आ रही है कि हमें ना अनलकी होने वाले हैं।
अरे अरे
फलक भाई डाउन, नॉक है, चिल सीन।
हाँ हाँ।
अब फिर हम पे नेड आ रहे हैं। अबे हुडा नीचे से आ रही है यार।
मीटअप हो गया फिर दोबारा।
वो क्या रहा है ये?
क्या हो रहा है ये?
Did we get revived? We are not yet revived. फलक अभी तक रिवाइव नहीं हुआ। IQ? लगता है वाइटलिटी गई। ओके नाइस। IQ ओके, 5 एलम्स हो गए। नाइस, ओ नाइस। आ गए गाइस, अब हमारी बारी है, अब हमारी बारी है। ओके नॉट गुड।
Forthright have been weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there,
एक नॉक है, अभी तो हुआ था सही, रिवाइव हो गया
वापस हुआ है अभी। IQ को किया और T24 को किया शायद। Now I think we are in good position. हम थोड़ा सा scattered हैं, अलग-अलग कंपाउंड में।
This is a good game from Forthright and shows that they still have it in them.
सब देख रहा है, सब देख रहा है। He's going for fight. Second floor पे वो।
Between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone.
शो रहा है।
More split here, no fear in the back, trying to protect.
ये अटैक कर रहे हैं एक्चुअली होरा को कंपाउंड में।
Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Nigma Galaxy. S2G, after moving in and cleaning out Alula, they head center zone and they
Nigma गई।
अरे उधर फाइट हो रही थी यार, IQ डाउन है।
हाँ फिर नॉक हुआ है प्लेयर।
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on, where S2G just launches
Take the fight, take the fight, take the fight.
and leave him there on his own? He loves it. This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely. Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down.
प्लीज ये इनको क्लीन अप करो, 2 बचे हुए हैं, क्लीन अप करो इनको, क्लीन अप करो। नाइस।
क्या हुआ?
एक को मारा है ना हमने, नेवर माइंड, उसने मारा है हमें।
ओके
नाइस, क्लीन अप हो गई, क्लीन अप हो गई, पूरा क्लीन अप हो गई। लेट्स गो, रेस हो जाएगी ना। एक बचा, एक बचा, एक बचा, एक बचा। इन्फो है तो सही से। अबे ये उसको कैसे नहीं मार रहे हम? How did he kill 3 of our?
ले गया।
How? Bro, he did 1v3 or 1v4 on us.
Possibility of winning this if he wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's Flash losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish. Oh, a horrible spot. Tries to get the heal in. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket if he chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets.
क्या मैच है आज?
This is it.
6 मैचेस है ना।
Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage.
Bro, No Fear actually might win this. जिसने हमें मारा है 1v2v1.
हो गए थे.
Picking up mud, Solke in the back lines. What's left out here?
ये हुरा ने अच्छा मारा है. No Fear ने बहुत ज़्यादा मारा है हमें.
Kamikaze is out and we're down.
But I think we got nice points. I think 6 LMs थे हमारे 4th position.
Contender in No Fear. Solke looking at both angles.
I think हम 7th है ना अभी. हाँ हम टेबल पे 7th हैं अभी.
To decide our second game, chicken dinner. No Fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solke can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt-out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know where No Fear is. Hamzy G finally goes down. I think No Fear has a rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft, though. He has the information. Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable double clutch up versus 4th Rise into the last two teams. Zeus is just pushing forward. Instant spot though. Over towards No Fear.
ओ भाई साहब.
ये तूने प्लेयर्स की पिक्चर्स दी हैं मुझे.
मैंने मेरा जीपीटी जो है ना बहुत बारीक किस्म का वो जनरेट कर रहा है. एक दफ़ा अपने पास से जनरेट करके देखो क्या रिजल्ट दे रहा है.
ये सारी पिक्चर्स दूं से.
मैंने एसेट्स दिए हैं. हाँ एसेट्स दिए हैं ना उसके सारे.
मैं करता हूँ रुक.
A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target. Sweer so low, buckles under the pressure.
कौन जीता है?
That's the damage coming through.
S2G.
As they lock it in.
जी.
S2G. Kamikaze with the Kamikaze play towards the center. It's an explosive finish right at the end. But Solke steps up, a lad that's been in the esport for the longest of time. He's still got it in him.
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in
It was working for us. पता है हमारा अच्छा खासा सर्कल था, सब कुछ था. हमने उनको बहुत ज़्यादा स्पेस दी उस सेंस में. एक बंदा आके सबको मार गया.
Stage, they look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
Aggression, confidence, some brilliant gun skill, showing us a lot of the moves we needed to see on that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
I think the thing for me is just, man, 2 matches so far. They have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me.
His eyes must be going 2 different
मैंने डाला है अभी
directions,
उसको.
man. He'd be seeing everything.
He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything.
Yeah.
I think Horror, honestly for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus 4th Rise, but you've got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up there. That is an incredible finish of those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so many teams constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you can feel it looks a little bit different with this lobby compared to what we had in
सब
isolation.
depressed क्यों हो गए
in groups,
अचानक से
right?
भाई?
Yeah.
Everyone's so much more quick to the punch. Lot more early.
Yeah, we got good points. I think we are 7th or 8th now overall.
Respect for the big dogs.
I
Now
think.
everyone's playing on the same level. Feels like we're all on an equal footing here.
Long game है. It's not about
Really has changed
आज ही
the
सब जीतना है.
dynamic.
We need to
Let's
stay
get
in the
now
fight.
hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games. And I'm here with our winners from Game 1, of course. Ralph from Enigma Galaxy to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
हाँ, एक किल हो जाती हमारे तीनों प्लेयर्स नॉक थे. तीनों रेज हो सकते थे.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right? Of course, getting that many points off of a Rondo, not a bad start at all for a grand final like this. That second game, a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have a team hot dropping us, but
बहुत देर से सोच रहा है यासीन मेरा ये जीपीटी.
So we'll see next games what they do.
मेरे वाले ने भी सोचा था लेकिन
सोच अच्छी नहीं थी.
पता नहीं यार भेजा तो है.
It's your territory. So what are they doing?
They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time, and they're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight. So I'm really confused right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there. Ida, he's got his eyes on you.
Name's blank, and I've had 4 coffees, and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage.
इसने क्या किया है यार? नहीं यूज हो सकती है. नहीं, फेसेस के साथ बहुत मसला हो गया है.
तेरे पास भी?
हाँ, लेकिन मतलब तकरीबन सब सही थे, फिर 1-2 फेसेस में उसने मिक्स मिठाई कर दी है. कर रहा है अभी भी कुछ पता नहीं, रुका हुआ है. मैं डाउनलोड नहीं कर सकता इसको.
यार फोन आ रहा है फिर से.
किसका फोन आ रहा है? उन्हीं का.
हाँ.
देख ले. अगर मतलब इंटरव्यू तो दे दे. फाइनल डिसीजन तो फाइनल डिसीजन बाद में ही है ना.
I don't care. Cut.
मैंने तो घोस्ट कराया है उसको. ये आज क्यों फोन कर रहे हैं?
इससे अंदाजा लगा ले कि ऑफिस बंद नहीं होगा.
आज तो 14 अगस्त है.
ये वसी कुछ पूछ रहा है. यासीन क्या पूछ रहा है? कजनों का क्या सीन है? The fuck?
हाँ ओए भाई छोड़ दे.
गंदी बातें पूछ रहा है यार.
गंदे आदमी है यार.
ओए देख, ये नहीं लग रही सही, पता नहीं. 3 प्लेयर्स की शक्लें मिक्स मिठाई कर दी है, मुझे लग रहा है. देखिए छोड़, मैं कुछ करता हूँ खुद.
S2G in hovercrafts. That is like white on rice right now, because my goodness, what a performance out of that squad. Before we break down that second match here in finals, don't
अलग को क्या हो गया? ये तो मुसलमान हो गया है.
experience that you can check out here at EWC. Make sure you go check it out. You can check out the new
यार लेकिन नहीं ना.
हाँ हाँ पता है मुझे. अच्छा तो खेल रहे थे यार सकलैन भाई, लेकिन अब it's okay. I think we are not doing bad. Just a slow start.
Check out so much stuff. Yeah, check out that still Brain Rot. I mean, Brain Rot Royale. I've been playing it. I think I got to level 7. I've seen people being able to get to level 11. I gotta grind some more.
Wow, 7 got 7.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. Gotta keep it on brand, baby. Now that's it. I'm not gonna be playing it anymore. But S2G, Jukes.
Bro.
My goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there at the end was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Al-Ula in a very nice way. And then just, I like to see that they kept one player there, right by the water, behind the hovercraft, just in case. And he was able to clutch it up at the end and get that chicken dinner. Finally, an S2G win, and nice and early.
Yeah, really nice. And
they
the
got 12
momentum
points.
They were able to pick up on after, getting those hovercrafts.
Not bad.
Very quick side note here. While
ये
we're on
गलत
this
हुआ है.
fight, 4 Thrives are looking, I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened, because this group stage, they were looking really, really solid, just not able to get that win. Here, the splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating, it feels like. So the last two games, I've not been super impressed with them, but hopefully that changes in the next game.
And for Four Thrives, I felt like it took him way too long, Neptura, to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long, and No Fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did, and he continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When No Fear comes up and clutches it up, I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of their lungs, and to be able to clutch it up like that is just huge. So yeah, unfortunate for Four Thrives, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than Nongshim Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nongshim Red Force right now with 9.
इतना ज़्यादा damage था हमारा. How did we not,
to solidify that position, especially on that northern side? They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard.
ओए ये देख यासीन, ये सही है, ये लगा दूँ.
Kind of segue into Furia and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it.
बाकियों को नहीं करते ना फिर. ये जीता है तो सी को कर देते हैं.
Stop the revive from Ulf. Then again on this map,
अरे तो ट्रायल पे डाल.
रील थोड़ी है.
just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get.
There's the ones नहीं लिखो ना फिर.
हाँ सही बोल रहा है.
Making that position them, it's just unusual.
They're right. They are supposed to.
लेकिन ऐसे तो फिर रसलान भाई भी हैं.
In the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too.
अबे लेटेस्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ ना.
But something happened at the end of that.
2026 में यूओ जीता है भाई ने यार.
अच्छा यार रुक जा एक मिनट.
That was a little bit sketchy net.
It was a little bit. It was a bit.
तो फिर 26 में इन्होंने भी जीता है.
With these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3, and they just went, "Let's go for it." And it's this replay that I want to talk about here because look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, yeah. Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sight lines of Aula. Right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo.
ट्राई करते हैं कुछ चेंज कर रहा हूँ. ये दोनों में पिक्चर दी है अरसलान की अभी वाले ईवो की है.
नहीं
तो फिर ये भी तो तुम भट क्या मैं गालियां दूं तुम्हें.
Feels like because they take more damage to explode and they have it's just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible. But having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman, but we're looking at the overall ranking here. Enigma Galaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora.
हम नहीं है टॉप 8 में.
What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down. He actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays. And if you're Aurora, you know, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at. You know, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. You know, I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right?
They just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there.
Yeah.
Because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action, making some serious plays. But hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26.
4th Drive 10 है.
It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with Four Thrives, the passioners that you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura, as well as OG. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did, and also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now, where they're at least losing at least one or two of their players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter, and that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG, it is they need their third game. So don't count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you stress. Orangutan in their third match, what they tend to do is actually prioritize just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing.
ये देख
their game plan. Game 3, 4 is where they set their sights on fire.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team
भेजी नहीं है
that was in the top 3 here.
ये तो भेजी है किसको भेजी है
Maxman is looking to
आ
make
गई
sure he reverses.
मैंने अभी चेंज करवाई है अरसलान की लेटेस्ट वाली यूज की है यार हम मैच का वेट कर रहे हैं और मैं पोस्टर साथ साथ बना रहा हूँ यार माजरत यार बॉस डांटना नहीं मुझे
And we did have an interview just with Ralph, who's also a little bit confused about said hot drop.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map.
यार मोहसिन एक बात बोलूं छोड़ दे यार
कुछ तो डालना पड़ेगा
छोड़ दे कि पता क्या ऐसे तो PUBG ने वो जीता यार
अब तो बोलेगा उनको डाल फिर बात हुई
यही तो बात है सारी
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to
हम बड़ी-बड़ी चीजें करेंगे टेंशन नहीं ले
but just masterful control of the double.
फिर मैं इन हटा के अपना नॉर्मल बना लेता हूँ
For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
वो ज़्यादा better option है I think.
Double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right there, Galaris. But no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercrafts are, I'm going to have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of
आवाज तेज कर देता हूँ यार मैं मैच स्टार्ट होने का वेट कर रहा हूँ मेरे भाई क्यों गुस्सा क्यों कर रहे हो आप मैच स्टार्ट होने का वेट कर रहे हैं ना
very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So you know what, first Durangle, it's fine, but the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, well, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our third game of the day is about to get underway.
Yeah, national guns as well as we get into this game, because it is going to be a lot to talk about going so far. I mean, even from watching the desk, to watching the stage hits, to watching the interviews, there's a lot to break down over the last match, and even just the 2 games we've had so far, there's been a lot going on. 4 tries on the first game, having a little bit of a misstep, and then coming to the second one, looking a lot better. But so many good scenes. I'm very confident to say this is about as competitive as it gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right teams here with us. We go into our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point. Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice. I think most people can get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on it. He was saying that, hey, as the team's very experienced around this area of the map, should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that you are a bit more in control of. Wasn't the case here. Tiamba, they go out early. A little bit further down towards the south side of the map on the west.
कौन सी ओवरले क्या बोल रहे हैं ये लोग?
Yeah, you'd hope they'd be able to bounce back from that one here. Obviously, it was a nice start on game 1, but that didn't really translate over. has meant there was a little bit more fluctuation in the standings, and obviously for Tianba as well. Far quieter. It was 16 eliminations on their opening game of Rondo, only 2 added to that count. See Milu still living his movie though in terms of individual plays, as he was popping off on Rondo. It was a big piece of the team. I wonder if we'll have something early here from Aura and Aurora. And where's that zone gonna go? We've had some wacky zones this LAN. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd to play. We had a couple towards the end of survival stage, which I think I was quite grateful for, that were more normalized on Erangel at least, where teams could actually play out their game. Enigma Galaxy versus Ida. No idea why it's happening, by the way. It's actually very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview, but the context is crazy on it. The Ralph with the M249. There's some good shots done. Actually, I think Galaxy doing quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Take on the side. Lord hits some shots.
I think what should go.
It's back and forth here. Swine last left to face. Ooh. And Ralph will get it done with the M24. He's screaming!
He's up, he's standing up.
Give them large for that. It is absolutely insane that they continue to come here. For context, Enigma Galaxy has dropped in this location for years upon years upon years, and they say it every time. In fact, they actually say it to the crowd and to all the players, we will never switch our hot drops. So it is never worth it to fight Enigma Galaxy inside of Pachinki. Sadly for them, Fourth Rise feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great read from Fourth Rise.
बात कर रहे थे मुझे डिस्टर्ब कर दिया. Oh भाई, please यार. They should play like they always play. पता है. We have started. शुरुआत हो गई है.
Like you say, Fourth Rise know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest, you do wonder if Fourth Rise boys, they see a big hubbub go over by the Enigma Galaxy camp, and they're like, they've just won that
3,
fight.
4,
We
3.
should fly over.
जाके राउफ को पकड़े पहले.
Cheeky work, but you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249 looking for some good damage, but the shouts from the crowd start to ring out. Fourth Rise might look to back away from this one, allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your angles.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt.
Okay, we are attacking. Satan भाई बचने नहीं चाहिए. Satan is in church. It's very iconic actually. What the fuck? Not iconic.
Satan is in church.
Literally Satan नाम का बंदा church में बैठा हुआ. It's so fucking ironic. Iconic बोलने लगा था मैं. बोल दिया था मैंने. अच्छी बात नहीं लग रही, पता है मुझे ये जो शैतान भाई कर रहे हैं अच्छा नहीं लग रहा मुझे.
है भी कुछ वैसे ही.
बुरी बात.
Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan.
I'm so glad कि ये spot हो गया है.
Slow on the timing there, and T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of Fourth Rise will come into hold. Finds the first.
GG's.
Ralph is nowhere nearby to help. Drops him down to 1. And it's an easy revive here on T24 inside the building.
निगमा के 2 फाड़ दिए. निगमा का एक ऑलरेडी फटा हुआ था.
Then get the revive back on T24.
राउफ बचा है.
राउफ भाई आप क्या कर रहे हो? राउफ भाई एलईडी इधर देख के आ जाओ.
Win it twice. You win the hot drop twice back to back. It happens again, it costs you your game. And not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing, it just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go, this is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. Oh Mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early. Like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event. Live in the flesh. Said it with his chest. They deserve the drop spot.
रिकॉल कार्ड है इसमें?
नहीं, रिकॉल सिर्फ रोंडो में। मैप उस मैप की खाली वो है।
It's the best Enigma Galaxy he's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it. And now it's happening.
अरोरा भाई हुरा पे चढ़ गई
It's
है।
happened so frequently in the past as well, where Enigma Galaxy's just got to challenge another team.
गाड़ी से उड़ा दिया।
It's not guaranteed theirs for sure.
गॉडलाइक का एक बंदा डाउन।
They've held it the entire tournament. Come on, guys.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora as Top will find him on the move. 4-5s did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
बड़ी लूट है भाई।
Down towards the southwest, started in Kameshki style, but this time we're taking him over towards Gatka, but they grabbed themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake, Yasnaya on the south side, on School, as well as Severny, shooting range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike.
जो बात है भाई पता नहीं कैसे बंद होता है ऑटो ट्रांसलेशन।
He can't come through here for repairs.
आश्रय नहीं कर रहे तो।
Yeah, only 18 left. One in the clip, 17. And
Aurora,
let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this pusher.
लगते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with.
नहीं, Aurora उधर से तो कुछ नहीं होता।
Pressure on them, suppressive fire.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players. Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one. Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old retreat here out. Migrate for a lot of squads. Hard shift potentially. No, actually. Very, very kind. Up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing on the rocky outcrops. The staging that goes up towards Stalba. Big old mountainside.
हम तो बहुत बाहर हैं अभी।
Never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you.
मैं कब से देख रहा हूँ हमारी टीम किधर है, हम किधर, अब देखा है मैंने, नीचे हैं हम लोग तो।
Not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yaz Lake.
Mormon from E-Arena once again, being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation. Getting themselves into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going.
Instagram का वर्ड मार्क चेंज हो गया वही।
मैंने देखा है ये पक्का हो गया चेंज।
हाँ, अपडेट भी हो गया।
ओ भाई,
ये क्या है?
उड़ता हुआ आया है ये तो, और गया, उड़ता हुआ आया और गया। नाइस भाई, नाइस हो जी।
वो आया ही इस तरीके से था।
Aaron comes in swinging. But yeah, got shot down very, very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Also deep on the south side of the map, need to swing back further up in Yazway. Alula instantly takes up the cliffside. Aurora decides they're going to go loot Severny. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a fair hit earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
And I asked for the go.
Tiamba tackling against the Vitality Killer Bees once more. And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Maybe keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26. They were able to earn 3 after that last game. In the first, I think they got 23 on that one. So last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Centers up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura. So those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has a high ground on this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in.
दूसरी side पे है अच्छा.
Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasser pulled away. I like this move from 4 Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
हाँ, OG India वाली orangutan.
4 Thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster we know that could be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one.
हाँ, दोनों पिछले मैच में हमने अच्छा खेला. We were 4th और हमारा Elims भी था सही कुछ.
Quick on top.
Ula versus 4 Thrives होने वाला है.
Action in the back pocket, ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falak, but the shot's not connecting.
Falak ने actually क्या react किया है? Insane भाई.
Falak taking a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce on it actually. That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. I mean, Falak just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one. So he doesn't want to have any part of it. Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flashed down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here.
Fight ले रहे हैं हम.
Tiamba's actually even gonna.
T24 इसके मुंह पर आ गया है. भाग गया वो. नस गया.
Fine margins between this going wrong for either of these 2 teams in 4 Thrives and Alula. So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nonshin Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between the 2. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there, in fact. But it's like a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very, very open area, a little bit unfun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
Oi. Nice.
Well, that's the last man.
S2G.
Galaxy and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can. But
what the fuck is going on? S2G को wrap up कर दिया भाई.
Possibly being collapsed upon as well by 4 Thrives.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Fight. Very good fight from 4 Thrives.
फलक भाई थोड़ा vibe ले रहे हैं zone की chill scene है. S2G का खत्म हो गया भाई.
S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these 3 players from Aurora, though. Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be the dream recovery.
Nice shot.
They can keep it up.
Got ill. Nice shot. Couldn't do anything.
Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their mates back.
नहीं भाई क्या हो गया मशीन जैसी का आवाज उसकी.
4 of our squads out of the running into the 3rd game so far.
Nongshim on that south side, actually trying to push on him. There's quite a few teams there. Nongshim's just gonna barge over towards OG. Tanky's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyun.
खोल दिया भाई OG को पूरा खोल दिया.
Very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that.
Nice one.
Second nade's a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a nuisance for them in tops.
Back and forth blows, but Orangutan still being able
OG
to
hold on कर रही है भाई.
Uncomfortable for Nongshim actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower, and it keeps him pinned in position so he can't provide too much overwatch.
He's in a bad spot now. I mean, no position to help the rest of his team. It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
He's still trying to get an angle on this. Minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch. And Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
Oh. Calling it from zone 3 there. I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora in a really, really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with the other squads above them.
OG ने अच्छा होल्ड किया हुआ है भाई.
Early, it has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it,
तो काफी देर से ही होल्ड किया हुआ है. यहाँ पे अल्फ भी आई थी.
be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game, but that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 Thrives going in against the arena.
अरोरा का थर्ड पार्टी ये थोड़ा सा मसला है. फलक डेड.
I like that though.
हम थर्ड पार्टी हो गए मुझे लग रहा है.
Over towards the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and 4 Thrives in the arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Ooh. Actually hits on target. Great damage, and they just keep on pumping in. 4 Thrives are out. But yeah, I mean,
नहीं हो रहा भाई आज.
Massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well, one after another, after another.
Not good, man. Not looking good.
Drop the smoke, try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take shots onto you for free.
Yeah. Good. I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury need to re-angle over towards it, but it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards 4 Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match.
40 थोड़ा सा ऑफ लग रही है आज in the decisions. पता नहीं पहले वाले माइकल से थोड़ा सा सीन हो गया था, बट थोड़े decisions ऑफ लग रहे हैं आज.
They've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past couple minutes, keeping pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peek with good eye line onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around, back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side. Going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
Can't even sure how he's lived this long. I mean, Tops has got to know someone's mover here. The pitter-patter of the footfall. Bows at distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin. He should know. It should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good airburst will do the trick. Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Aura from the sidelines, though, will get sleepy and over towards Bows. Top, though, is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba, Aching moving
Aurora भाई move कर रही है आज
Gets
सही.
behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. But more importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Good nades again.
Oh my God.
None of it.
You feel the base on that one. More coming as well. Airburst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pickup play back on Aching to stay alive.
I wonder if they're even going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you could. You get the spread on it, just try follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh, man. I think they just wanted to get the flush, at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. Aching's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the radio tower. Good Molotovs, man. A bit more damage done. Chip damage from the nades should be good enough. So start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first blaster shrapnel and should survive the second.
So many nades though. And Doc, although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down once again. 6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams.
यासीन आ गया वापस.
Adjustment back over onto E Arena. No, he's being collapsed upon from two sides between this team.
Shreps now. Get the res on of E Arena. E Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, it's 19, but they've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down Tops. Tiamba's playing as a 4-man, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside of that shack right there, and it's hard to line up those nades.
Oh my God.
Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other two teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy. Reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora.
काफी नहीं यार, boys नहीं मार पा रहे.
आज नहीं हो रहा भाई.
Moment's got 5 nades to play.
यही देख रहा था मैं YouTube वाली, वो Facebook वाली.
QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop two teams from squeezing them together.
ये क्या translation हुई है? What the fuck?
It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for Tiamba right now as Aching moves in. Raise that last step alive.
ये fight होने दो फिर बताता हूँ क्या हुई है. Vitality भाई.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off on that one against Tiamba's clash in, knowing they needed to shut them down to get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on. And it does not work how they wanted.
Wild stuff. The arena now.
Oh my God.
Fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in and just completely cleans them
Aurora
up. This
gayi
guy has
bhai.
been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely, the team's exit stage left, and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower.
Furia feel कर रही है भाई अचानक से.
Good damage onto E Arena.
इससे पहले किसने निकाला? फ्यूरिया ने निकाला था सेकंड
नहीं. S2G ने निकाला है आज एक. Ligma Galaxy ने निकाला है.
अगर इतनी स्पीड में मैचेस हो रहे हैं तो खत्म हो जाएंगे.
इतनी स्पीड के एक्सटेंडेड टाइम ही है मैचेस का. 27-28 मिनट का एक मैप होता है रफली. अगर लास्ट सर्कल तक जाओ या बल्कि नहीं 30 मिनट का होता है.
He goes down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Isla as well as Chief to stand up tall. E Arena, they saved all their potential up for that late game though. We saw how much ammo they still had, more, how many smokes they still had remaining. His team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. For E Arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up, 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground, disgusting to work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E Arena in the near future though.
चला तू पागल है. तू चैट में क्यों लिखेगा ये जब कोई आगे नहीं देख रहा तो? बैन करूं तुझे मैं?
क्या लिख रहा है?
स्पॉयलर्स दे रहा है.
Egos, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested. Oh man, don't use that on that. Yeah, good. I was thinking.
अपनी इंग्लिश सही कर.
Towards Egos.
प्रेडिक्शन में बंदा बोलता है.
Just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one.
आवाज तेज करूं मैं अपनी या गेम की?
Finally, the play zone takes him out and
सही है.
Fury is blind again.
You lose your eyes in the back line and have to rely on your gun skill now. A standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested, dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving back the worst information in the world, but... Yeah, I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
Just dashing them out.
इतना लंबा
It's
सर्कल
gone
बच
wide,
गया.
man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually.
He's happy to drive into it though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future.
मुझे नहीं, मैंने आज देखी बैठ के समझ नहीं.
Right.
What was he thinking?
I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E Arena.
This is PUBG here at EWC. There's been an end game. It has been an end game. Igor's confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent Molotovs, these ones actually. Trying to catch them on the rotate out.
या अकेला बच गया क्या फ्यूरिया का? दो बचे हैं.
Joke is about to send this nade back into the
2v3 है.
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is the info goes both ways. Silence got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now.
Oof. He actually did.
Oh, okay. Chief with a peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the tree. He's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right. It's all kicking
Almost.
off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E Arena do clutch on A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really?
क्या बात?
Good game from Arena. I think that the game plan
क्या?
was great.
Yeah, laugh with the laugh.
Confused
मैं आ रहा हूँ यार ज़रा bathroom से.
Igor's, as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what the Arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Igor's a great player. But yeah, still a weird endgame.
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything.
Yeah.
And then have that respectful gunfight once we get in your
Exactly.
face.
Because I do think that for Arena, they just wait a little bit longer, play up towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then, they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. And you're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Isla just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch. Didn't expect that.
I know they're behind. I'm just going to go for it. All right. Confirmed. That's where they are. You're dead, Isla. That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
Okay.
Got the info.
Info gained. Sick of playing battleships. But yeah, overall, I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even I think Tiamba's decision-making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in that moment, the play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of playstyle that's going to win you games more often than it loses them.
No,
You were lied to, but
very mad.
In this last game, E-Arena wasn't lied to, Max, because E-Arena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to an E-Arena win now since that Rondo 39-pointer. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a cool win. But what's next? No, genuinely, it was a good game. It was a very open-ended finish between Furia and E-Arena. I think it was kind of even-steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push. Then he gave them an advantage, and E-Arena using every resource they had available to get that win. Good to see, but again, I need to see that continue in your next coming matches.
Take it away, Lace. I know you've been wanting to talk about this team for a minute.
Hey, Arlo, I am revoking your driver's license because I was waiting for the Furia drive by Max. E-Arena, obviously, they deserved that win because of Furia and their driving and not taking that position early on. I mean, I liked the way that they sort of held out E-Arena early on in the map. Yeah. They had Silence kind of scouting Vitality's movements right down at the south side. So this was such a better play from them. They're actually
BYD Auto 2 लेके कराची से इस्लामाबाद गया
मेरी हिम्मत है
एक्सपेरिमेंट के लिए गया था कि कितना चार्जिंग स्टेशन पे पैसा खर्च होगा क्या
कितना हुआ
I don't know what the vehicle situation was, and you could hear me screaming in the back. He's like catching nades with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what is this? They had such a strong position after getting like
this one,
very cheap,
after moving their way into the zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my pack next year. I'm really upset.
I know what happened actually. I was talking tonight. I saw him as we were leaving the talent room, and I was like,
टीवी में बंदा कर सकता है लंबे मैच स्टार्ट हो गया या हाइलाइट्स
but then he saw two players and he got scared, and that's the thing is, right, lack of information will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea, and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately two-player setup was exactly what E-Arena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big something I like to call what the Furia. WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier. There was a squad, though, that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora. Aurora, once again, Neptura being able to back it up with Ilims, even though they wasted a lot of utility with Tiamba.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right?
यार आज वो लगाते हैं हंसी
Even they're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing.
स्ट्रीम्स खत्म हो तो PUBG लगाते हैं एमुलेटर पे सीरियस कह रहा हूं
नो ब्रो नो
उमर तो डाउनलोड कर रहा है उमर डाउनलोड कर रहा है
कर लेते हैं डाउनलोड
आजकल कौन सा एमुलेटर चल रहा है यही चल रहा है गेम लूट
यार गेम लूट लेकिन 32 बिट करियो डाउनलोड वो ज्यादा चलता है
of their zone, they would start just moving them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold on the performances so far. I feel like there's still a lack of
यार ज़्यादा स्मूथ चलता है, लाइक परफॉर्मेंस ज़्यादा बेटर है. मेरे जोन में मैंने 64 बिट करा था, तो जो डेली खेलने वाले आते हैं ना, उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि आप 32 बिट करो. 32 बिट ज़्यादा स्मूथ चलता है पीसी पे परफॉर्मेंस.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. Honestly, 36 points.
32 बिट डाउनलोड कैसे होगा?
But the tiebreaker does go to E-Arena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba though. Tiamba right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team, if you want to give the mic to Lace, they're currently putting up those numbers, Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah, I see that. This is what I'm saying. They're finding those fights. They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to have that amount of points and that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course, we got to bring it back to kind of the smash rule and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it obviously today, but then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, it's none other than Nongshim. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nongshim, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles, I like it, they're pushing the fight. But the thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was on the Harry Potter tower, he had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan know you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to that hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Fourth Thrive take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out. Fourth Thrives knew that, and you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the playing path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking your driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well, Aurora Gaming.
चैट में कोई बंदा बोल रहा है दोबारा से नाच सुनाओ भाई चल शुरू
break it down into the finer details.
क्या सुनाओ नाच पढ़ रहा था ना अभी तू चल बेटा
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
मुजाहिद भाई बोल रहे हैं नाच सुनाओ दोबारा
How about like
मुजाहिद नाम का बंदा मुझे नाच सुनाने क्यों बोलेगा
What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps, so it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, you know, smokes, nades, you know, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer. It depends.
बस 5 मिनट मेरे ख्याल में शुरू होने वाला है
Luti,
it's not that easy, you know.
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends. Sacre bleu.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. No, depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah, the is where it's at, but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely, we have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up.
मतलब में वकास भाई ने आपके लिए भेजा निकाल के फाइनल के ये ले लो आप
to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words.
DJI Osmo Mobile 7P is just a tripod for mobile, right? Camera नहीं है वो, ये camera भी है.
I think camera भी है.
That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a
Godlike वही इंडिया वाली टीम है ना Godlike.
Uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of the fact that we have got an 18-match set, right? We've been playing so far on 12-match sets time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it's all about putting up as many points as you can early on, and consistency is going to be the king here at the end of the day. I mean, we saw in the group stage, right, E-Arena, 39 points in one single game, and they weren't even able to make it. I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time,
Free Fire download करना है.
strategies and it's working out for
क्यों
them.
Free Fire क्यों?
Finally claim a title spot.
कैसे हो यार ज़ुबैर
They're
भाई?
going to be looking for plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy, a threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here. And we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently, like you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of a doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
PUBG Mobile ने PUBG Mobile बोल रहा हूँ EWC ने ईमेल भेजा अर्जेंट फॉर्मल नोटिस ऑफ वायलेशन ना मेरी तो पैक हो गई मुझे लगा कुछ भंड कर दिया है सही है तो फिर उस पे लिखा हुआ था कि आपकी स्ट्रीम पे स्पॉन्सर्स छुप रहे हैं मैंने कहा इतनी स्ट्रीम्स की हैं मैंने कैसे स्पॉन्सर्स छुप रहे हैं तो मैंने रिस्पॉन्ड बैक किया मैंने कहा भाई कैन यू पॉइंट आउट लाइक कहाँ पर हो रहा है क्योंकि वी हैव बीन स्ट्रीमिंग इतने दिनों से और सेम ओवरडे यूज़ कर रहे हैं तो उसके बाद अब ईमेल आया कि इट वाज जस्ट अ जनरल मैसेज सेंड टू एवरीवन अगर आपका नहीं हो रहा तो इट्स ओके
वाह
मैंने बोला व्हाट द फक और अब वापस मैसेज आया है कि अगर आपको ऐसा मैसेज रिसीव हुआ है तो माजरत मेरी फाड़ दी बिला वजह चलो भाई चलो भाई चलो
मुतारा
भाई
का मैसेज आया तेरे पास भी आया होगा देख
मैं लाइव हूँ आवाज जा रही है आपकी
It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening to a team out there, so they can
ग्रुप कहाँ चले जाता है ऐसे मौकों पर
to maybe pick up the pieces.
आप बात ही नहीं करते हमसे तो ग्रुप क्यों आपको याद रहेगा मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है पता है मुझे इस मैच से पहले फीलिंग आ रही है कि हम अब कुछ करने वाले हैं अब है ना बहुत ज़्यादा हो गई है
क्या पता तैयारी कर रहे हो
हाँ 3 मैच बहुत होते हैं सबको खेलने देने के लिए अब हमारी बारी है नाउ वी विन लिख लो
think it's just a
Win नहीं तो
devastating loss for this to
we get
continue
some
here
crazy
for both of
elims.
them. And in the last
या तो
game,
win
it
है या तो
showed,
learn.
just like, because guess
लड़ना
what?
लड़ना
Fourth round,
लर्न हो गया 3
learn.
मैच हाँ लर्न ही बोला है मैंने भी लर्न हो गया 3 मैप्स में
a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those
अब
eliminations,
अपनी बारी है
and they got some of them, right?
अब
So,
अपनी
I
बारी
think now that
है
you have 4 thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, Ida and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But
अच्छा जी पॉज क्यों कर रहा है?
like you said, it,
नहीं ऑडियो कर रहा था क्या भेजा तूने भेजा मैसेज
हाँ तुझे भी आया होगा वैसे।
स्क्रीनशॉट भेज क्या आया है मुझे नहीं आया
यार खोलना पड़ेगा ऊपर से जितना आ रहा है उतना भेज रहा हूँ चल।
टैप करके रखना प्रीव्यू कर सकते हो आप
क्या बात कर रहा है?
unless it's Instagram plus thing
Oh no way मोहसिन।
you can ना
लेकिन मसला है वो 2 मैसेजेस है तो एक पुराना दिखा रहा है और नया वाला आधा
अबे तो
दिखा रहा है।
देख लेना भाई अजीब
अच्छा
पंचायत ब्रदर when will the stage start what भाई मैच कब स्टार्ट होगा 4 राउंड और 4 राउंड और मेरा नाम लेना कमेंट पढ़ने के बाद मुजाहिद में व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है आई थिंक कोई टेक इशू आया होगा तो मे बी रुक गए दे वर अबाउट टू स्टार्ट लिटरली लेकिन मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ ये अपनी गेम है ये वाला एंगल अपना है वी विन इंशाल्लाह और वी डू गुड इंशाल्लाह अपना 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 अपना
이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서
कल तो ये काइद वाला मज़ार बिल्कुल खाली मिला था जाते हुए।
नहीं रश था भाई इतना रश नहीं था मतलब पता लग रहा था लेकिन लोग आ रहे हैं
탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오. 연습반이네 방금. 어이씨 뭐야?
여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해 보도록 하겠습니다.
대회를 할 때면 항상 배고플 때가 있는데
EWC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고 최고급이라고 해서 저희가 한번 먹으러 와봤습니다.
아 배고프다 빨리 가자.
सही मजे है भाई ब्रो मैं तो नहीं दिखा सकता लीडर बोर्ड लेकिन हम अभी थोड़ा सा बैड उसमें चल अभी आ जाएगा अच्छा नंबर अभी आ जाएगा लीडर बोर्ड गेम में भी आ जाएगा ओ भाई क्या शूज हैं
You know what? Oh man, I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be possible, now would be the time because it's the last one of.
ये देख सेटअप इनका ये वाली SMDs
मेरी PUBG में डाउनलोड हो रही है मैं सब लैग हुआ हुआ है। अच्छा ओके ओके
बाहर
समझ गया
उठा के 2 SMDs लगाई हुई हैं हवा में
सही है
Finals. Now let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage. Of course, every single team would as well. Plane path on the west side.
ये आ गई रैंकिंग हम 9th हैं नहीं हम 9th नहीं हैं दैट इज द करंट मैच रैंकिंग अभी आएगी हमारी सही वाली रैंकिंग अब आ गई रैंकिंग हम 11th हैं बट ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है इट्स लाइक हैविंग अ गुड 1 or 2 games with like 8-9 LMs I think comeback हो जाएगा
Drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed in that direction. Very, very interesting. I will say though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor off their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here, or on this ledge, trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate, though. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Satan's like, that should have been ours. I want it. No. Oh, Lord gets knocked. And did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad. Satan, through the door.
दरवाजा खोल दिया भाई.
For this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. If I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day one, you're going to battle it out with Enigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location, but it's an L. Like, you got to at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Erangel is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost 1 player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player, you don't get the loot truck, you don't get any, you're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall, and where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches, where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop a Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it. You know?
Fair enough. Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen. But yeah, I mean, I kind of understand. It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people.
Sure.
Because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve. And if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin,
get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiambas have been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the tournament. That 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick.
Yeah.
And then come finals time, the way that he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now. Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot. Godlike would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front, with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny, being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are still on the military island, by the way, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the 2 teams who are still in Pochinki too, because, well, it looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere.
ये क्या फटा हुआ है हमारा
building by building with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful though. One day could be dangerous. Oh,
holy shit!
And the knock on the Coops is huge.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forward, go for the cross, and again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses swing on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards, and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pochinki.
हमारी fight किधर चल रही है?
They do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction. This just goes to show you when you know this side of the map, like the back of your hand,
इस fight के बाद देखता हूँ.
Dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and 4th Rise are going head to head. And at the moment, it looks like 4th Rise are in the driver's seat. This is out to the east side of Potato Hill, but they are grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this hot drop though. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out, just leave a solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in. This is Enigma Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be
I think
a
we wiped
terrible idea.
Nongshim Red.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. Not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold.
अभी recently में revive वाला scene भी आया ना?
Recall वाला scene आया Rondo map में.
Finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All 4 players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. 4th Rise lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pochinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Fudia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Aurora Gaming, oh, the one rock! You gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there. Guaranteed. 100%
Yeah.
No ways.
I think we're gonna go here, guys.
He's gonna go again? Oh, no. Okay, we're getting a little replay. This is on the 4th Rise and Nongshim Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to clock, it seems, pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it. for fourth drives. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality.
सही है.
Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold
तेरा कोई मसला है
looking
भाई.
quite good for Vitality.
मेरे पास मैं अपनी स्ट्रीम भी देख रहा हूँ, सही
For
लग
the
रही
time
है.
being, have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, Facebook,
than their
YouTube
group
se chal raha
stage
है,
performances, but
चलो खैर.
they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
3 LM हो गए बिल्कुल.
Oh, southern shift here, and a big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Enigma Galaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? If this zone actually south shifts one more time to Roz, that would be devastating for this lobby. Aurora, I'm trying to figure out, what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George, splitting up, maybe trying to find some late loot.
Well, I mean, they were being held out by Vitality, right? So they're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on, see what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash over on the east side need to settle their score with Alola to try and get towards the circle. And it is not looking pretty for Alola. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Rozhok. It'd be great for Enigma Galaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so they could just take up that mountain and lickety-split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike, in the meantime, on the hunt in the middle. Getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good, puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, pow, pow, pow. That's 12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go out pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up, see what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes on to Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop.
Lovely game!
And hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold
just a
strategy.
Little tap on the tree. You know,
tap, tap, tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature there, just saying hi, and then
gotta make sure it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding to unleash lead into the hillsides around him. Hopefully. With that P90. Team Flash getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way to one of the buildings here. That is this lineup from S2G, Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle. Some very defensible positions.
पीछे आवाज दे रहे जब ओजी आ रही थी. अरे मेरी तरफ तो देख.
This is the re-engage, Dukes.
Here they go. They're battling again. It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak.
मुझे लग रहा है कि इसको जो नंबर आया ना इसकी स्ट्रीम पे दबा के.
बहुत पुराना स्ट्रीमर है भाई इंडिया
का. Oh, it's Godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this.
अबे पुराना स्ट्रीमर तो है लेकिन नंबर बहुत खतरनाक आया उसकी
is not covered, but Razy is driving up close and personal, giving an opportunity for Reeves to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these two players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier, but that third party from Godlike bought Aurora Gaming some time.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2.
ऐसे PUBG डाउनलोड कर ले.
लगाई भी है.
अरे अरे कौन सा एमुलेटर पे कर रहे हो?
गेम लूप भी
सही चल रहा है गेम लूप. अरे हाँ तेरे तो कैफे में भी लगा हुआ है ना गेम लूप.
ऐसे यार हारून भाई.
हारून from Nas Plaza.
पता नहीं कौन है बट वो कह रहा है उमर चुप हो जा मैच देखने दे. ये बोल रहा है.
वाकई में? फेसबुक पे बोला है कहाँ बोला है?
YouTube पे जान पहचान का होगा तेरी.
एक सेकंड आ रहा हूँ मैं.
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ in the center of it.
कौन सा पार्टी यार ये?
Could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately,
डम्बलडोर को पानी कितना पिलाता है हैरी पॉटर?
6.
फेसबुक पे हैरी पॉटर के चैनल से लाइव आया
क्या
YouTube चैनल हैरी पॉटर का जो ऑफिशियल चैनल
है लाइव आके लाइव आता रहता है. हेलो लेवल अप स्टोरी हारून वही है.
stop just about
मैं
behind
बोल
the
रहा था
concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he
मुंह
is.
से तो बोल नहीं सकता है
मैंने तो छालिया खाना छोड़ दी है यार उमर से आप पूछ लो
Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this
खा
guy.
लेते हैं यार
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just gonna lay
ये तो
down
पोलो लेकर आया हूँ
here,
शुगर से
He's on the simmer.
for as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so if they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points, that'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba
चलो भाई अपनी बारी है
eliminations. Fortunate for them, they're able to get
अपनी बारी है अपनी बारी है अपनी बारी है अपनी बारी है
अरे भाई
getting punished by Arena for it.
5 LMs
Oh, it's not going well.
5 LMs
It's not going well for Furia. Unfortunate, they're just going to be down to Chief.
मैंने इस मैच से पहले बोला था अपनी गेम में जैसे
Tianba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound. Right, they're now on 7 eliminations.
मैं या उमर मैं तो अरसे से नहीं खाई काफी टाइम हो गया छालिया खाए
It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least one more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash drops.
अरे
Thread the needle, but
Crazy Nate.
are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top. Doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. Turny K sees to it. He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in. And now Tops has to head towards fourth right.
उमर तो खाता है अभी भी खाता है
To go for him as Hyunbin finally bites the dust, the last player alive for Nongshim Red Force.
Arena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean,
Fourth
they're
Thrives
having
is
to really
feeling it.
battle
Team
out,
Flash खत्म.
holding the edge of that circle because there's a lot
Fourth
of open
fourth
field in
fourth
this
Thrives
zone. And now
feel
you
कर
see
रही है
four
भाई मुझे लग
drives.
रहा है
6 eliminations so far. Falak with 2, Zypha with 3.
Falak.
Oh my! I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you gotta get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is the fourth rise, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge.
हाँ भाई वहीं पर है अजीब चलिया पे की बात कर रहा
Now
है
you've got to find a coastal
ले भाई
position on that
असीब दूसरी क्लिप आ गई
And if you hold towards the warehouse, towards the triple stack, it's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy.
पहले रोमान चौधरी को नहीं जानता था टीम गई भी है क्या नहीं गई भी
A little bit more forward thinking there.
ब्रो भाई अरोरा से फाइट हो गई अपनी
Stay in for too much longer. Four thrives though, getting crashed on.
अबे मसला है सैंडविच होने लगा मुझे लग रहा है
Just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team, and it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Orban hopping on out.
उज़ैफा फंस गया है उज़ैफा भाई नो नाइस एक लेता हुआ गया
नाइस
एक लेता हुआ गया
From E-Arena, picking up
Did we die? हाँ. Art kills.
Has been so difficult to deal with, but E-Arena the only team to be able to take him down, and it took.
अबे अब समझ आई क्यों लैग हो रही थी स्ट्रीम
But 10 eliminations now for E-Arena. Very possible to get this res. This is the chance though for Enigma Galaxy to move across, and look at Ralph. He's getting over. Coops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied, a little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here. I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like they could have poked their noses into that fight, and third party did as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tianba, and gotten stuck in there. But they hold inside, and I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC is the quickness these teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. And it's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Enigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party. But because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're gonna have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're gonna get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. Godlike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when Arena crashed on towards fourth rise. Falak. Yeah, went down very quickly there for Joker. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sightlines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle, though, comes in Jukes, and it will head over to the west. So I think the Galaxy do have to get on the road. Ulf fairly happy in their compound, but Godlike are putting pressure on.
Yeah, Godlike. Remember, S Power said the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that thing, though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched.
दोनों इंडियन टीम्स आपस में लड़ पड़ी हैं.
They can play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. S Power trying to smoke some things out, buy his teams some time. It's going to be up to him and Admino, though, as they are just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside of circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate cardi this. Oh, nice shots, though, from Admino. But unfortunately, those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across. Managed to get some healing started as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and Arena, as well as Nigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Jukes. And moving from this east edge, Tiamba are going to have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now, and OG are making it right now. They're going to roll straight on forwards, try and get dead center here and contest with Nigma Galaxy on the coastline into Vitality sightlines as well. They drop down, and 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ of a rotation. They knew that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done. Oh, able to get the heal off, and now
he's still getting the kills, bhai.
Headshot onto Mormon. Joker right there next to him, though. Can Coops get to safety? No, he gets knocked, and E-Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst immediately there onto Coops. At Nigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Nigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as Arena make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tianbao will not work out for them, and Arena evaporated.
The Arena evaporated, and they end up feeding the beast that is Tianba. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression. Let's see if Tianba, though, can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck. Oh, now with those sight lines just punishing them. I mean, they have this position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready, didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba, and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade over towards Tiamba. They're getting caught in the crunches. Nigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side, and Nigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Nigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we got to push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit, though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams out. So you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on the air, and that's their biggest threat right now.
Catch, though, with the response over to QZZ. And it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player.
Gone.
And it is gonna go down to Nigma Galaxy, who are now up on 7 elims. Their transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game from Nigma Galaxy, getting hot dropped over and over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion, and now with this fortunate zone shift are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tianba.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tiamba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points, though, 14 on the match. And they will keep themselves in the running
Galaxy
for the
form
podium.
में भाई आज.
Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line.
ये क्या आवाज़ निकाल रहा है?
Leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's going to be Axel that catches him out.
I think Vitality का edge कर
It's all
लेना
up to Vitality.
Never
Axel,
mind.
the last
Ulf का लग
player
रहा है.
up. Is he able to survive?
Oh,
बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे है लोग भाई.
are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against two duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it, but it might get a little bit hairy. Lord is shut out first, and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and diced. Ulf are on the hunt. Downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here, and they have the ordnance to blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks. Ulf just taking full opportunity there and capitalizing it on it. We love to be able to see that. That building so strong. It was in circle all the way towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get it done.
Some real heads-up plays, some proactive plays during that match. I mean, we focused a lot at the start on the hot drop, but the rotations up towards the north side also came in to be really impactful later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also Tiamba holding off against the triple crash. It was Alula, followed by S2G, followed by Aurora. Everybody wanted to get into that central compound, but they denied them access at every single turn. It was a shame that Tiamba couldn't go the full distance. They did get shut out. And I feel like for Orangutan, they could have had more of an impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there. And hopefully they can find those opportunities in the future. It would be great to see them perform at the level we know them to be capable of from their performance in the group stage, but it is looking pretty powerful on multiple fronts.
It's so tough. I mean, everybody here is playing just hyper aggression, zero hesitation gameplay here live in Paris. The second you see an opportunity, these teams are taking it. One team in particular, right? We got to talk about it. Is E-Arena. Just straight aggression there towards the end game. They soak up a ton of eliminations. Unfortunately, don't get the chicken dinner, but when you get that many
हमने 8 LMs लिए थे, तो not a bad game honestly.
Over the ridgeline.
8 LMs
worked out well for them, and again the lack of
Smash rule तो end में
to keep in the match for a lot longer.
इस मैच के 8 थे, इस मैच के 8 थे वे. मतलब हम like बुरा नहीं कर रहे. We are staying in top 10. I feel.
Third-party look-ins coming on through, and yeah, for E-Arena, it's a good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables. To keep well, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. We'll have to double check that, but a man who could find out is Kalaris down on the stage with E-Arena.
I'll try my best, John Allen. Yes, that's right. E-Arena looking fantastic so far, so let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first,
nice.
Previous win going up against
animated, animation यार ये lower third वगैरह की
approach to the late game, and talk to me about the late game in general after you got there.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะ
इनका भी ट्रांसलेटर हमारे जैसा होगा.
เรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์นะกับวิธีที่ฟิวเรีย
नहीं इनका बेटर है.
ของฟิวเรียในเกมนั้นครับ
हमारे जैसा ही हो.
แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นดีครับ
सही पूछा उसने सवाल.
ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got
अपना तो मसला नहीं है, अब तो नौकी आ जाता है ना, वो बात कर लेगा. उसको इसलिए रखा हुआ है.
Has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็ขนาดที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ Survival Stage ฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. Like, so we are here to win, of course. And it's like since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this
It's a
is a
new
champion group
day,
now.
new
Everyone's
home.
starting at the 0 point, so that's no different. And we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that
Game
does it
loop
then. Well, thank you very much for the
install.
answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
मेरा तो पूरा चाइनीज आ रहा ही है
क्या
गेम लूप
तेरा VPN लगा हुआ होगा
नहीं
ऊपर ही देख वेबसाइट की लैंग्वेज
वेबसाइट नहीं
इसको M.2 में करूं या SSD में करूं?
हार्ड ड्राइव में कर।
हार्ड ड्राइव नहीं है मेरे पास।
होगी चेक कर।
नहीं हार्ड ड्राइव।
होगी।
अच्छा यार तुम लोग पहले ये कर लो मैं कैसे
यार आपको
लैंग्वेज
जब
चेंज
मैं एक
करूं
बात
उसकी
बोलूं
सब
यार
मेरा
की
गेम
language-
लूप का एम्यूलेटर इटसेल्फ चाइनीज मार है तो समझ रहा है मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ
मैं समझ गया मैं देखता हूँ कहाँ से ये बता।
जीपीटी कब काम आएगा
हाँ
SSD में ही कर दे इतना ही लोड ले ले।
कंट्री डिस्ट्रिक्ट पाकिस्तान कर ले अपना जगह पे।
मैच स्टार्ट हो तो बताना फिर मैं करता हूँ रिकॉर्डिंग स्टार्ट। रोड पे लगाया।
ये गेम लूप पक्का यही वाला है ना तेरा डायरेक्ट इंग्लिश आया था क्या मेरी वेबसाइट
मेरा
इंग्लिश
मेरा
थी
तो इंग्लिश आ रहा है।
मेरी तुम लोगों का लोगो कौन सा है लाल कलर का ये डॉल्फिन
नहीं
ब्लू है।
व्हाट द फक डिड आई
ब्लू ब्लू
डाउनलोड
गेम लूप डाउनलोड कर क्या है
क्या gameloop.com ही है ना वहीं से किया है
नहीं
क्या नहीं
अलग वेबसाइट है
तो वही ना gameloop.com ही है।
gameboost.com है
इसको देख
नहीं सॉरी gameloop.com ही है
फनी आदमी
मोहसिन तूने डाउनलोड करने से पहले तेरी ग्लोबल पे टिक हुआ था।
हाँ वेबसाइट पे देख ग्लोबल पे वो लगा हुआ था
ग्लोबल पे
ये
टिक
तूने
हुआ
किसी
हुआ
और
था मैं फॉलो कर रहा हूँ उसको रुक जाना
होली शिट पाकिस्तान का भी ऑप्शन है।
लेकिन तुम लोगों का तुम कह रहे हो एम्यूलेटर ब्लू है मेरा एम्यूलेटर रेड आ रहा है आइकन जो है
मेरा तो ब्लू ही है भाई
मेरा भी ब्लू है। यार एक जोक था लेकिन तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा है चल बाद में मारूंगा। टम 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 टम
कह रहा है चैट जीपीटी कह रहा है यू हैव डाउनलोडेड द चाइनीज टेंसेंट बिल्ड जीजीस
ले भाई हैकर हैकर लॉबी में जाएगा डायरेक्ट
क्लाइंट तो नहीं डाउनलोड कर लिया मैंने
स्टार्ट।
रुको यार मैं पहले इसको बी राइट बैक कर दूं
Okay, so
I tell you, ये साल CS में बड़ा बुरा हो रहा अभी.
performance so far, and we can wrap it up on this and move on to our next team, is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push to be able to find themselves in this state that they're in right now. What do you think?
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very... I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's... I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think...
ये मैं कहाँ आ गया हूँ यहाँ से बैक कैसे हो?
He's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good, especially in this last game.
Yes, very much so. I mean, I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer.
Okay,
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL Season 1 Spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty old. Way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzle beard.
मेरा स्टार्टिंग PUBG मोबाइल पे रुका हुआ है यार. क्या सीन है?
As usual,
Game
Umar
free
bhai.
release session.
Because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they
मेरा तो हो गया भाई मैंने तो कपड़े शपड़े भी डाउनलोड कर लिए.
and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did one, kind of a prideful moment for me because I was like, get in lads, this is fine. You've got it.
And you liked your prediction.
I did, yeah. Also, I was quite chuffed about myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50.
Yeah, okay.
Great job, lads. Great job, me.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to
सिर्फ तेरा वहाँ पे नहीं अटका था.
the next main threat. And I think you're right. They're
Starting PUBG Mobile पे.
नहीं.
compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked. It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what E-Arena's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but Fourth Thrive's had like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, E-Arena is just a strange team right now where I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky. Which even they, I don't think, are very sure about this point in time. I remember a time when Schweppes, you know, was sweeping aside the competition. But again, I think E-Arena just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet. But they do have the massive potential, Kate.
He's been able to win twice on this stage in the past with Schweppes, with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway,
हेलो TDM किधर से लगाते हैं?
down on the stage, it is time to head on over to Glitter
मुनासिब.
with an update.
TDM खेलना तो रुका है.
Because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is Magnus Carlsen, the tournament favourite, playing for Team Liquid against Nahal Sarin for SAUL.
Okay.
So pretty big game, mainly for Team Liquid. You know, SAUL have popped up across a few games, but not really near the top of the leaderboard. So Team Liquid, I'm not going to pretend like they're near the top at the moment either, to be honest with you, because they're probably lower down than SAUL at the moment. But they're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next 2 games, he'll be progressing to the semi-finals. Earlier today, we had the first quarter-final, which was Denis Lazovic playing against the Na'Vi representative, and he managed to get a win. So that's huge for AGL as well, considering they're trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, you know, it sounds kind of doable, but then you realize they've got 2 players, one of them's already progressed through, and Ali Reza Farouja's kind of playing now and beating his opponent as well.
Okay.
So Hikaru Nakamura already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-final.
I mean, to be fair, Denis was trying to almost preempt the when he was practicing, putting the key into the trophy yesterday.
Producer हंसी आएगा.
Maybe that's a good omen?
I mean, the
क्या?
नहीं वो स्नैक्स की लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहा था ना तो उसके अंदर
It's been a good one over here in chess. You know, there's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering, you know, AGL have been knocked out of PUBG Mobile, have been knocked out of several other competitions as well. So Team Falcons have to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot, but then again, Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
And of course, already have managed to secure some points being in the top 4. So it's going to be a very close race is what we're hearing right now. And chess is going to be a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day. So as we have some more
किस पे रखना है सिर्फ ओपन जीएल पे या
मैं तो डायरेक्ट एक्स पे रखा हुआ है
Shout out to the amazing glitter explosion and the amazing Trav as well for the club championship.
और मेमोरी क्या रखी हुई है
फुल
ऑटो
मैंने फुल रखी हुई है जो मैक्स आ रही है
प्रोसेसर 8 रख
You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they're currently.
मेरा गेम तो नहीं खुल रहा भाई स्टार्टिंग PUBG मोबाइल पे अटका हुआ है
और बंद करिए दोबारा खोल ले
3 बार कर चुका हूं जानना दोबारा कर
कोई
लेते
चीज
हैं
मिस कर रहा है तू जो अलाउ शलाउ कुछ नहीं हुआ होगा
हार्ड ड्राइव से तो नहीं चला रहा
Sure, maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general, I feel like Ziola has definitely also been pulling his weight. But top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber. But it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Reefus, again, Ziola get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to give Reefus a half pass as well because similarly to Ziol, we did see Reefus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit. But yes, overall, I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. 4th place is okay. It's not far behind first.
ये भाई बड़ी टीमों में हमारी टीम में भी
They can do so much more.
Yeah, for me, no pass for Reefus.
चौथा कौन अच्छा चौथा स्टार्ट हुआ अभी
5वां स्टार्ट हो रहा है चौथा वो जीती
चौथा कौन जीता
अल्फ जीती है अल्फ
So the pressure is on you, okay? Any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well. But here we go. We're looking at the overall place. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that just we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max.
कैसे हो यार तला
You picked Team Flash, right?
Oh, if I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash was.
अबे इन्वेंटरी कैसे खुलती थी
My prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction.
Yeah.
Obviously, being 7th place there, not doing terribly.
आते ही इन्वेंटरी में घुस गया भाई
Coach, what do you think they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard so your prediction is correct?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with
Tell us, Max.
You're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this, but no, okay. No, Team Flash. I feel like actually there was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives that I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight. Which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think
एक पंगा हो रहा है PS की तरह माउस नीचे कर रहा
Yes, we're looking at the second page here. I'm also going to be looking
थोड़ा तो करना ही पड़ता है फिर भी
this squad. I mean, they have the fan base here. They have the support from the fans. But right now, in the second page, knowing Horror Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not, and I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint.
नहीं हो रहा भाई
सबर कर उमर बताते हैं लाइव करते हैं थोड़ी देर में बताते हैं सबर कर
until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today. It just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They've got the fans to back them up, of course. I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
I was about to say, you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
I mean, the thing is, right, is that, okay, if you only had, like, your typical rule set, sure, fair enough, you can have one day off. We got Smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3, and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy, oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash zone.
अबे कहीं ये इस वजह से तो नहीं हो रहा कुछ इसका बूट में जाके इनेबल करना होता था
नहीं नहीं क्या हो
कुछ
गया
इनेबल नहीं करना होता भाई क्या हो
लूज ट्रैक में तो करना होता था
नहीं होता कुछ भी करना मेरी गेम तो स्टार्ट हो गई है बस लॉग इन रहा सा
I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated when you get to that Smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives because, again, they do very well, typically, very well on day 1, because day 2 they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Rule is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Rule on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get 10 plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Rule. And this is something that we kind of you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad, and later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to PMGO Season 1, Jakarta, right, in Indonesia. 4 Thrives. What was it? 50-plus point lead after day 1. Like, something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games. And then comes over day 2. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get in the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time. And they catch back up to that team and almost take it away in that last Miramar. But luckily enough, 4 Thrives do maintain that top position. But the Smash ruling is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it. And for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the Smash Room once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford to shake up badly here back-to-back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind. Yeah. For them, being able to be champions, though, for 4 Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Nick McGalaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
ना लंबा ब्रेक यार, they were about to come out. क्या हुआ?
EWC Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Raouf, from of course Nigma Galaxy. Now, buddy,
गेम में कोई मसला होगा
Eda's been hot dropping you every game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of we keep winning this and I'm going to prove it, standing up on the stage?
I mean, Eda knows we've been landing in Pushinki, me personally, for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us. They want to prove themselves as a new team. But they know we won't change, and they know we're better than them. So just a waste of time for them. They're just giving us 3 points. First match, they were scared to fight, and they ran away. The other 2 matches, we fight them, we push them, and we just kill them easily. So, yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
I mean, we kind of mirrored that on the cast in the moment, thinking it's doing more damage to them than it is you guys in these moments. Obviously, let's talk a little bit more on a positive term. It's been pretty good for you guys so far in finals. It feels like the comms right now on the team are really clean as well. Do you think this is going to be Enigma winner? You're looking to take the trophy home this year?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we're prepared more than ever to win the trophy. We're trying our best. Everything is going our way for now. It's a good start, but the tournament is still long, so we keep it up, keep the momentum, and try to grab that trophy.
There we go. Respectful as always with some brilliant takes. Always lovely to chat to Ralph. There you go. Enigma Galaxy. Let's see if they can do it.
I see the Key Crusher on stage. I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler. That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. Solve this, nerd.
क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे?
For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't
Yeah. La 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 la
हो गया?
la la la. क्या?
हो गया?
नहीं
तो
चीज ट्राई
गाने
करके देख। गेम ही गायब हो गया मेरा तो। लाइब्रेरी से गेम गायब। डाउन।
हाँ बस मैं चेक करना चाह रहा था बस।
Esports! What time is it? Time to go.
I love seeing that. I love seeing them just crashing other stuff, you know? What's one thing, Lace, what's one thing that if you had the power to crush it, you would end up crushing? Besides Max Man's hopes for Team Flash.
Damn it. No.
Why?
No, I think, you know what? 7. You.
Oh! Wait, what?
I've got to take the shade off of Max at some point, and I need someone to pick on, and
Hey.
I was kind of looking in your direction, and yeah.
How would you do that though? What's like?
हो गया हो गया हो गया।
कैसा हुआ क्या मतलब?
हैं? क्यों बताऊं?
Who would I be crushing? No.
कुछ ब्लॉक कर रहा था वो एमुलेटर को। सिस्टम।
Be crushing the key of Ida because they're making me.
हमारा घर रेंट के लिए खाली है।
It would not. The tournament would not even end. And
हाँ?
I would take and crush it and turn into a paste.
अबे YouTube खोला सामने वीडियो आ गई।
I really don't like the hot drop.
7 मिनट का ब्लॉग डाल दिया इस बात पे। मैं नहीं देख रहा।
देखेगा तो तू सही बेटा। कूल बन ले तू जितना बनना है।
नहीं भाई रिफ्रेश कर दिया मैंने।
क्या फोन पे अब लॉगिन हो गया है? अब मैं जाके अपना ईमेल रजिस्टर करूंगा।
सीप भाई तो चिकन डिनर भी निकाल के आ गए।
स्किप नहीं कर सकता मैं। मैंने नहीं देखना ये सब।
मेरा पैर का साइज 43 क्यों नहीं है?
43 होता था क्या होता?
जूता मुझे पसंद आ रहा है वो मिल जाता।
बताओ जी एचडी रखना है?
एचडी एचडी
एचडी एचडी
एचडी अच्छी भी हो अच्छी। भाई अबे चाइनीज सॉन्ग कहाँ से आ रहा है? अच्छा ये गेम का है।
नारुतो का गाना है उमर।
का वॉल्यूम बंद कर दूं।
अपनी अकाउंट सेटिंग्स कैसे खोलेंगे हम? मैं गेम में तो आ गया हूँ।
सिन भाई आपका ये देख के शायद पानी निकल जाए, मैं आपको दे रहा हूँ।
What the fuck?
क्या
भाई
दिखा रहा है?
देख तो है, चूता है। डीएम किया देख।
पहले मुझे अपना एक काम देखने दो, फिर मैं आपसे बात करूंगा। सेटिंग्स, हाँ, अकाउंट, गार्डियन वेरिफिकेशन, ईमेल लिंक करना है, सिक्योरिटी,
गार्डियन वेरिफिकेशन भी मांग ली।
करंट एनवायरनमेंट इज नॉट सपोर्टेड। Okay, you can now log in via this email address. Okay. अब ट्राई करते हैं।
Goddamn, we have some humble PUBG Mobile players.
It's like what we do, Max. It's pretty much what this is exactly the play.
मुझे लगता है किसी के मोबाइल में कोई मसला आ गया है। इतनी देर तो नहीं लगती।
उमर के मोबाइल में मसला आ गया है।
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, to give other people, the noobs, a chance. Unlike us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners.
हो गया भाई, मेरा अकाउंट तो लॉगिन हो गया। 65289।
OpenGL या DirectX?
डायरेक्ट। चलो भाई, स्टार्ट हो रहा है मैच भी।
See Max just starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade just went from like your regular color to now it's starting to get a little bit more red with this hot drops. But the thing is, with Godlike, one thing that they have adjusted, Lace, is with Godlike they haven't hot dropped before.
गलती से की मैपिंग खुल गई हो, ये कहाँ से बंद हुई?
And they stop hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles from previous matches. I like the fact that they're trying to make different decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalize it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day. So even though their eliminations are slow now, say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalize on these eliminations, moving on up the leaderboard, they are a team that will be able to hit the Smash Roll because they can capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our support here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody
Match start हुआ?
in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions. Turn in with just scan that real quick right here. Just go ahead and scan it and
मैच स्टार्ट हुआ मोनी भाई?
होने लगा है।
अभी नहीं हुआ।
ended up selecting Aurora being in the top 3. This is the first time that in a long time that I haven't picked them to win.
That's fair. I think that is fair.
ओ, सारी इन्वेंटरी कैसे डाउनलोड करते थे जो आपकी है?
देख के जाके कुछ ऑप्शन आएगा पैक्स डाउनलोड करने का।
लेफ्ट साइड पे होगा और वो प्लेयर के नीचे भी आ जाता है।
PMGO, and I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it. Do
Whoa.
it.
Yeah, ages. So many ages.
Oh wait, this is fourth right. I thought that was horror. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought that was horror. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
Bad. No.
I love that Sarah just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick it up.
Okay, yeah, I can't touch any fourth rise merchandise. Okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
फिर कुछ इंटरव्यू आ गया भाई।
कुछ इशू हो, किसी को मोबाइल ईटअप हो गया होगा भाई।
Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Ulf, I think it's a win. Yes.
Let's go. Big up for Ulf.
Let's go, Ulf.
Ulf. What about you, brother?
Ulf.
So we got some old fans in the house. Thank you, boys. Let's roam in a bit. Hey, guys. 4 Thrives. Hey, okay. There we go. Got some 4 Thrives fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on 4 Thrives?
Of course, all
but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
Okay.
Yeah, but
There's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
how is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4-5s here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of 4-5s?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them. We are here for our
अरे अरे पाकिस्तान से लौंडे गए यार सपोर्ट करने.
country and represent us.
पैसा ही
So we
पैसा.
are here to support them.
Have you guys been getting loud throughout the event as well, giving them your energy? I imagine that. I've been hearing a lot of 4-5s
Zero से भाई.
from you guys.
Yeah, that's definitely us. We are here to support our team, to cheer them.
Good luck with the event. Fingers crossed for 4-5s. They've been looking great. I'm going to roam on, see what else we got. Enjoy the show. What we got going on?
क्या चुटिया टाइट बनाई हुई है यार इसमें.
How you doing? Yeah. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Okay, particularly I can't say anything for the first day because it's going to be a tough competition. Is the EWC man all over the world. Everyone is competitive in this game. So let's wait till the tomorrow.
मैप शेप्स भी डाउनलोड कर लो. कुछ भी डाउनलोड नहीं हुआ भाई.
I know the game, how the game
मैं कहता हूँ अभी 1.2 GB की अपडेट ही हो रही है.
First day is a good day for everyone. Let's hope my team win. Hora.
We want to see Hora win. If they get there, you'd love to see a big Hora victory.
Yeah. I love to see that, but still, I say no disrespect to any team, but I want my team to win. That's the motive of champions.
There you go. We're looking for a Hora win over this side. Let's go find out what's going on in the other sides of the arena.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
तो उन्होंने इंजन की क्या सेटिंग की हुई है पता है?
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach, just really
इंजन की क्या सेटिंग की है?
गेम लूप के.
मैंने की हुई है. बताता हूँ.
डायरेक्ट एक्स प्लस बाकी जो अल्ट्रा ऑटोमेटिक
रमेश में तो मैंने पूरी डाली है.
मैंने रैम फुल की है. प्रोसेसर सेकंड लास्ट जो भी तेरा आ रहा है वो. रेजोल्यूशन 1080.
मैंने रैम और प्रोसेसर फुल करे. मेरा पूरा पीसी हैंग हो रहा है.
क्यों करेगा तू? पूरी रिसोर्सेज
तू
उसको
अपने
क्यों
पीसी
देगा?
की हालत तो देख एक बार.
पूरा नेट वेट सब फ्लो हुआ है.
See, I love esports.
More than anything in the world?
वही सोच रहा 4 MB रख दूं.
Cover STC arena?
I'm gonna cover it all.
That's great. Well, let's get you over
I
here.
want a key.
ये भी डाउनलोड हो रहा है. इस वजह से भी हो रहा होगा अभी.
You can't have a key. Keys are
पॉसिबल.
Yeah.
क्या इनवाइट नहीं दिखाना आज इन्होंने.
Great, let's go.
Okay.
पंगा हो गया.
Avli, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so much.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to ask about getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
What?
How did you? Can I see that?
Mm-hmm.
ओए लॉगिन विद फेसबुक कर लूं? क्या करूं? क्या करूं?
भाई आप मोबाइल पे जाओ. पहले आप मोबाइल पे जाओ. मोबाइल तेरा लॉगिन जो फेसबुक पे ईमेल है वो तूने कभी लॉगिन किया है गेम के लिए?
चेक कर लेता हूं. करके देखूं क्या?
कर. मैंने अभी फेसबुक मोबाइल पे गेम डाउनलोड की है. वहाँ जाके मैंने फेसबुक लॉगिन करके फिर किया है सब कुछ.
इतनी लंबी क्यों की इन्होंने?
नहीं हो रहा था लॉगिन फेसबुक डायरेक्ट.
Probably would have got crushed anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to run into that because that is.
प्लेयर्स अभी तक नहीं है. पीछे खाली पड़ी है जगह. कुछ मसला लग रहा है.
कोई चीटिंग वीटिंग तो इन्वेस्टिगेट नहीं कर रहे.
नो आइडिया. देखता हूँ पबजी के पेजेस पे कुछ होगा.
That's why we're saying we don't want to see any hot drops from those two squads.
Nobody wants to be Eda 2.0. Okay, sorry. You know
It's
what?
fair.
If you're Eda fan, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start. I'm just memeing at this point. No, but they didn't do the hot drop in their respective group, right? Which was Group A back then, if I'm not mistaken, or the other one, but one of the groups. And they didn't go for it. But the reason why they didn't go for the hot drops, really,
मैंने मौसम की स्ट्रीम बंद कर दी. मेरे पास आवाज अभी भी आ रही है.
I want to see a play, right, Niptura, where it goes and reaches La Cobreria, and we see as a fact that Hora and Godlike, and hopefully also Chama, they might drop there, will not commit to the fight because, yeah, right now they're not in a good position. They cannot afford to lose points, and I think they're not going to commit to it, but it could get bad.
And for Godlike, I mean, don't want to go up against a team that's currently being able to put up even more illims than you, that usually ends up being more aggressive, like you were talking about in this dance of Hora.
Yeah, no, again, yeah, if they were doing much better in the last 4 matches, if they had, you know, if they were top 5, top 6, something like that, and they were feeling really good and looking very confident, maybe you could try to contest the drop, right? But the way it stands, honestly, for either of these teams, I don't think either of them should really.
तुम लोगों ने FPS 90 किए हैं या वो 60?
60
मैंने 90 किए हुए हैं। लेकिन थोड़ी सी अजीब सी फील हो रही है गेम। मे भी बहुत सारी स्ट्रीम्स भी चल रही है ना मेरी अभी।
हाँ
I do think that Godlike talking to S-Power, you and me, right, Seven, we had a bit of a chat with them. He's like, you know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was Hustler Crew, onto Erangel in their group stage, and like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's give it up.
पता नहीं कब स्टार्ट होगा ब्रो, पीछे टीम्स तो नहीं दिख रही मुझे, तो मे बी देयर इज समथिंग रॉन्ग।
I want to see that bleed into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals, and well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops. We want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace, I want you to put your mindset into a coach right now, into the biggest hype coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop or if they don't decide to hot drop?
Just get it together, man. No. Look, Godlike, and because, we were just saying S-Power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further. And I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on those eliminations. They have it in them. You've got it in you, and I believe that you will be able to do that. Obviously, we may need a little bit more time to sort of get that, but I just like the way that this team calculates and puts in a strategy. Might not work out for them, but then they'll try a new strategy that they'll be able to solidify a lot more in this competition. So, look, I think they can do it.
Yeah, especially for both teams being in the second page. You want to be able to build up the momentum. We've seen some teams being able to build up momentum and just carry it on throughout the matches. Only 3 days here at PMWC at EWC 26, the finals. We've been sending it to Jackie over and over again. Then I want to see what Hot Jukes and Blank are up to.
Woo! Thank goodness the group stage and the survival stage is done. Now we can finally kick back and save our voices for a little bit.
Playing some ball was a good time. It's been an incredible event so far, honestly, in Paris. Very, very fun. I mean, we're here right now in the Players Lounge.
कौन बताएगा क्या हुआ है? कोई पता कराओ यार, कुछ तो हुआ है।
Place we saw when we came in. I'm trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool. But I don't really, I play snooker. So this is very different for me.
It's not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Matter of fact, I've never even seen a snooker table in real life. This is the game to play. I thought it was only one singular game.
भाई गेम की सेटिंग के अंदर है, गेम को थोड़ा स्मूथ करने का और ग्राफिक्स के अंदर कॉम्बैट और लॉबी में जाके फ्रेम रेट को अल्ट्रा एक्सट्रीम कर दो।
So you thought about the tournament so far? I mean, for me, tournament's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's been.
What are we watching, man? क्या सीन है? मैच दिखा दो। CS2? CS2 नहीं यार, अब तो PUBG देख रहे हैं।
Top 5 is just some crazy stuff. Couldn't believe it. I think everyone I've talked to whilst they've been here saying they're having a really.
We don't talk about it, Harun. यहाँ पर ऐसी बातें नहीं करते।
We're taking advantage of as well. Honestly, that's the big thing. Like we're having actually kind of a pretty damn good time here. All right, yeah, we get our 3 games in. I do watch the other ones, but afterwards I like to come chill here. It's a lovely spot.
This place is stupid, to be honest. It's ridiculous, dude. The by far some of the best food I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every game you can imagine. Manicurists on stage, and dude, that lady's insane. Like I've seen some of the girls walking out of there, and now she's like booked out for 2 weeks, which is wild. But I might even get a haircut in a second. I love it. I love it here.
You're so hype about you taking the mic back off me as well. Yeah, no, I'm about to get a manicure, dude. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready for mine. Yeah. But overall, genuinely, PUBG Mobile I think PUBG Mobile might be the greatest event at EWC. PMWC, EWC, so good. We're biased as hell though about that, but we do get like 2 good weeks out here to enjoy the vibe. You know, it's been in Riyadh quite a few other times, but even there it's been very, very fun coming to Paris. For me, Paris is good because it's a 1-hour flight as opposed to an 18. But I'll still take the 18 to go to Riyadh. Very, very good time. But it does mean I don't have to
ये
go
तो कह रहा अकाउंट ही एक्सिस्ट नहीं करता क्या बात है
Yeah, I'm in the same dang boat. I mean, when I heard that there was massage therapists actually available, I was like, please, where are you at? Because my flight was a whole lot longer than that.
तेरे पास में फ्रेंड शो हो रहे हैं मोहसिन
This has just been a crazy journey, and the survival stage just finished. It was tough leaving the hotel room this morning and seeing
मोहसिन
10 teams go home. But at the end of the day, someone's gonna be the champ, and another team is gonna be the not champs. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. I'm just watching. I saw him shoot 2 different color balls. He really does play snooker here, folks. That was close. That was close. I like it.
So I'm just hitting balls in holes right now. Okay, I'm playing the equivalent of golf just with a long stick. I hope that's fine with
तो
you.
मोहसिन तूने कैसे लॉगिन किया था दोबारा बता भाई मेरा तो डायरेक्ट